Hello, Peter. Hello, Ketan. Hello, Gary. We will
Hey.
start in a minute.
Hi, Janani.
Hi, Ketan, Janani.
Hi. How are you?
It's time and I'll begin. We still are waiting for two more of our speakers, but when they join, our support team here will promote them. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone, as the case may be. Welcome to WAAS at 65, the third annual conference that the World Academy of Art and Science is organizing. We had WAAS at 60 to celebrate the 60th anniversary of the Academy in February 2021. This became a means to reach out to our widely dispersed membership. We repeated it last year with WAAS at 64 over 4 days in May and June 2024. WAAS at 65 is the third in this series. It's a 4-day program with 28 sessions and 110 speakers from among our fellows and the growing network of partner organizations. I would like to thank all our partners who have joined us for this conference and who are very actively engaged with us in contributing to this initiative of addressing global social turbulence. This topic that we have chosen for the conference has a long history in the work of the Academy. A notable landmark was when we were invited by the United Nations Office at Geneva in 2013 to conduct a conference on the theme of challenges and opportunities in the 21st century. Search for a new paradigm. That conference launched a whole series of research initiatives by the Academy on the need for a new paradigm. It included the establishment of a new economic theory working group, which involved 50 researchers from economics as well as from a wide variety of fields. We also launched a series of 15 workshops in Dubrovnik, Croatia, focusing on key issues that had come up as a result of the Geneva conference. One of the most notable initiatives was the decision to establish the World University Consortium because we recognized that any attempt to change our future course would also have to include a significant expansion and change in direction of higher education, with particular emphasis on transdisciplinarity. The reason for that was we recognize that all challenges that we are dealing with are interrelated and cannot be addressed effectively in piecemeal fashion by independent institutions or by discipline specific theory. We need an institutional, intellectual, policy, and educational framework that addresses these issues. This was at the same time that the UN had launched Agenda 2030, and the global community recognized the need for a master plan and coordinated, cooperative effort, without which none of the challenges could be addressed, which was also the premise of the Academy's work. In 2020, we received a second invitation from the UN for a program on catalytic strategies for global leadership for the 21st century. This would build on the research we had done between 2013 and then. This was focused on strategies, and we prepared a report with UNOG on approaches to addressing our challenges in a comprehensive way. What followed during the pandemic years, we were compelled to go online. And from then on, we began to organize several large online conferences. This was also a time when we at the Academy still needed clarity on the implications of these challenges and what was going to follow in the next few years, which turned out to be the various effects of the pandemic, wars in different places of the world, the dramatic emergence of artificial intelligence, and accelerated manifestations of climate change that are now all too real for denial. We have now come to realize that this topic of addressing global social turbulence deserves the full attention of the Academy. From 2022, we worked with the UN Trust Fund for Human Security on the Human Security for All campaign. This theme of human security is deeply entrenched in the founding mission of the Academy that originally called itself an Agency for Human Welfare. At WAAS at 64, we conducted 2 sessions on this to start our exploration of the causes of the turbulence. Then came our collaboration with the Nizami Ganjavi International Center during a side event at the Global Baku Forum in March 2025. This was followed by our collaboration with the Arizona State University Global Futures Laboratory and UNESCO Most Bridges Coalition in May this year. These interactive one-day roundtables studied the contours of the subject and our approach to this issue. In the past few months, we reached out to our fellows, listing key themes we thought were relevant and asking all of you for your ideas on issues that should be studied. On that basis, we have framed this conference agenda. We view this meeting not as a conclusion of our consideration of the work, but rather as the next step in a process that will be permeating the activities of the Academy in the coming years. We are meeting as a larger group for the first time to listen to more voices and to bring in more partners to help us frame a collaborative approach to this issue, which we consider as the single most important one on the world agenda today. This theme of addressing global social turbulence, identifying its sources and solutions, includes all our other concerns, which cannot be addressed unless we address the totality. The first session tomorrow will be on a specific initiative of ours called the Global Peace Offensive, led by our Vice President for Social Sciences and Humanities, Donato Kiniga-Pesigli. This session will begin earlier than we've done today. It will include a large group of our partners and it will involve breakout sessions within the session in order to enable greater interaction. There are 26 more sessions in this program, each of which looks at different solutions. And now I'd like to turn it over to our first panel now. We have 6 speakers in our plenary session, and I request each speaker to stay within 6 or 7 minutes. The first speaker is Gary Jacobs, President and CEO of the World Academy of Art and Science. Over to you, Gary.
Thank you, Janani, and welcome and thanks to all our fellows who are joining for this program and colleagues from other partner organizations who have joined either as speakers or participants. And thanks also to our wonderful support team for making this conference possible. We live in extraordinary times. Global society is changing faster than at any previous time in history. Never before has humanity undergone such rapid and dramatic transitions. Never before have people from all the cultures of the world come into such close and intense contact with one another. Never before have we known so much about each other, interacted so often with each other, collaborated, competed so intensely with one another. And never before has there been such a pressure and necessity for us to adjust, adapt, develop, and evolve so quickly to meet the challenges of our time. The speed of global social evolution has accelerated beyond our capacity to keep pace, adjust, and adapt. At the same time, we're struggling to cope with unprecedented multidimensional challenges: political, economic, technological, social, cultural, and environmental, which are the preoccupation of all of us in one way or another. And these challenges are compounding the waves of turbulence felt around the world. Global evolution is caught in a vice between our identification and allegiance to the interests of independent nation states on the one hand, and the urgent necessity to forge a unified global community that can think and work together to address pressing global challenges on the other. Our values, beliefs, and institutions are challenged and under stress. The speed of change and the enormous energy being generated by that change globally seem to be more than we can manage with our existing framework. That energy is spilling over impatiently in unbridled, unorganized initiatives that spread confusion and turmoil and override established patterns of our collective lives. The turbulence is manifesting as rising levels of uncertainty, instability, and insecurity at all levels of society everywhere. It's expressing as a loss of trust in existing institutions, a questioning of long accepted facts, beliefs, social goals, and values, and a reversal of some of the most precious gains achieved by humanity since the end of the Cold War. We find a fragmentation and polarization of societies, a movement towards extremist positions that disrupt social harmony and unity. We're witnessing an erosion of democratic institutions, a retreat from progress on universal human rights, and our commitment to collective action for the common good. We observe a decline in support and respect for multilateralism and global rule of law. We see a return to competitive nationalism, militarism, the arms race, and sudden ruptures of peace within and between nations. We find the power and authority of national governments being challenged by the globalization of financial systems, corporate power, and wealth. The world has generated unprecedented wealth combined with rapidly rising levels of inequality, reminiscent of the 1920s. We witness a revival of the Cold War mentality and policies and observe a reversion to failed ideas and policies of the past. We've lost the momentum generated by the unanimous commitment of 193 nations to the 17 SDGs of Agenda 2030. What conclusions can we draw from these recent developments? Do they signify a complete reversal of the progress of the past 35 years? Or is the reversal a temporary localized retreat? Or have the major movements of social evolution in the past often been characterized by similar periods of advance and retreat, often one step back for every 2 steps forward? Or is it simply that humanity's progressive goals have leaped ahead of the general preparedness of global society, and it will take more time for global society to accommodate to the visionary goals we've set for ourselves in 2015? These are some of the questions we hope will be discussed during the next 4 days. A working premise of this conference is that addressing the global challenges independently of one another is simply not going to work. Peace, prosperity, and sustainability are interlinked and inseparable. Another premise is that focus on the goals themselves is not sufficient. We need to uncover and address the root causes and deep drivers of global turbulence that pervade the substratum of global society today in order to cope successfully with the challenges targeted in Agenda 2030. We need to address the underlying social and psychological dimensions of that turbulence. We've set 3 challenging objectives for the conference and for the extended project which we hope and planned that will come out of the meetings we have in the next 4 days, with the participation of as many of you as can join us. First, to understand the root causes which lie at the source of our present dilemma. Second, to formulate comprehensive strategies that can be effective solutions to address these underlying sources. And third, to identify means to convert the haphazard, zigzag movement of global change we are undergoing into a more conscious movement of global social transformation. In the 26 sessions of this conference, we'll explore a range of very important issues, such as What makes this moment in human history unprecedented and unique? What accounts for the relatively sudden reversal of global social momentum and the retreat to ideas and behavior characteristic of earlier periods? How can we reverse the apparent retreat of Cold War values, attitudes, and policies? How can we restore faith, confidence, and support for multilateral institutions? How can we restore momentum on achieving Agenda 2030 and generating human security for all? What type of changes are needed in the way we think in order to develop coherent understanding and effective solutions to the challenges we face? How can humanity shift from a progress or a process of unconscious, undirected, fragmented, competitive social change to a continuous, coordinated process of global social transformation? I'd like to thank you once again to all of you for joining us for this conference and for contributing your ideas, best thinking as to how we move forward. I look forward very much to a very informative, stimulating discussion and to working with you and learning from you during the conference and to the many months of future work that will follow. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Now I call upon Ismail Serigildin, co-chair, Nizami Ganjavi International Center. NGIC has been a close partner of the Academy over the years. Ismail, you're invited to take the floor. You have about 7 minutes for your intervention. You'll have to unmute yourself, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm deeply honored to be here today. And I must say that I'm a proud fellow of the World Academy of Arts and Sciences. And I'm glad to see that with Gary there at the helm, we are indeed following up on the tradition of the World Academy of Arts and Sciences to look for how to improve the world. It is a great tradition because it was founded, after all, based on the manifesto of the greatest scientist and the greatest philosopher of the 20th century, who called humanity back to reason and to move away from the potential destructiveness of what it has unleashed. And I'm very proud that NGIC is supportive of everything that WAAS is doing, more specifically in three specific aspects. Number one is that you are indeed following up on looking at the broader picture of the world and looking up at ways to better understand how our standards and goals should evolve and change, and the tools that we apply should evolve and change. And secondly, that you do look at the deep causes rather than simply superficial news analysis of what is going on. And finally, that this particular celebration of WAS at 65 is devoted to finding actions that could make change. I think that this is particularly difficult because we see that there is an almost systematic effort by the major powers to destroy international collaboration. Whether it is a veto exercised by Russia that forces it to go to the General Assembly on its attack on Ukraine, and then despite the enormous 145 to then vote, the Russian aggression continues. Or it is the United States exercising its veto on behalf of Israel, and then another lopsided vote of 150 or so votes in the General Assembly being ignored in the demand for a ceasefire. Or it is even more systematic than that, for we see that at least two, if not three, major powers of the world are pursuing a model of international relations which is more akin to 19th century spheres of influence and empire that existed in the so-called Gilded Age, and where, in fact, the pursuit of objectives by force is now becoming a norm rather than an exception. And the assertion of a form of nationalism, a form of non-democratic rule, whether we politely call it populism, or we call it authoritarianism, or we call it something else. But fundamentally, there is a turning back from the idea of a liberal democracy committed to an international rule of law for the benefit of humanity. And it's becoming extremely difficult. Regretfully, the United States seems to be very much at the forefront of that. I mean, pulling out of WHO in the middle of a pandemic, then repeating it and refusing to join the pandemic treaty, pulling out of the Paris Accords officially, and the rejection even of the idea of climate change happening for a country that is now the biggest producer of fossil fuels in the world, is an assertion that the prime force that was supportive of the United Nations, of multilateralism, of rule-based multilateralism for the previous 70, 80 years is no longer the bastion of support that we could expect. In fact, it is much worse than that. It is the possibly one of the largest recreants in this. So I believe that the analysis that WAAS is going to bring to this through the 26 sessions that we have been promised is going to be particularly important. But I do believe that at the end of the day, there is a need for the various countries of the world to deal with the realities we have with us. There are some 50 wars going on around the world today, and by the UN count, and that fragility is contributing to hunger and to destruction and to a lot of other issues. And what is said, I had recently discussed with a colleague, and I reminded him that the poor countries in Africa that we talk about, who are undergoing carnage and civil war, they don't produce a single gun. They don't produce a single bullet. That somebody is finding the funds to bring those bullets and guns to these places. And I'm talking about Sudan, Niger, South Sudan, all of these places. But somehow we can't bring them food. We can't bring them medicine. We can't bring them vaccines. There's no money for that. But somehow there's always money for somebody to bring weapons and encourage different factions to fight each other and to kill each other. And the World Bank's study on fragility, or what they call conflict fragility, shows an enormous correlation with destitution and hunger. So there is something to be asked there from the major decision makers. How do you allow this kind of arms trafficking to continue on the scale on which it is continuing throughout the world? 50 conflicts around the world is not a small amount of killing on that. And I hope very much that on this 65th birthday of the Academy, we will be able to revive the spirit of the founders, and that what we say and do in the coming few days will, to use the words of a great American president, Abraham Lincoln, that it will call to the better angels of our nature. I sincerely hope so, and I sincerely hope that we will be able to come up with some recommendations that are based on a clear-eyed analysis of where the root causes are and where the obstacles are. Some will be beyond our hands. Some will require that we simply become advocates again of rationality and common purpose. But some will hopefully be new insights on how to tackle old problems, because after all, the invention of the United Nations, the universal appeal to the Declaration of Human Rights, the various treaties that we have done showed that at various moments, humanity could come together. You mentioned the SDGs. Yes, that was the miracle of the millennium. And I believe that it was made possible by a series of conferences, starting with the Rio Earth Summit and ending with the Istanbul Summit, and maybe the post-summits that we held with Yunus and others on microcredit, that by inviting the delegations of the countries that are the basis of the United Nations, but also inviting the NGOs and the businesses in these conferences that were presided over by the late Boutros Ghali, created a consensus that enabled the miracle of the millennium. Every country in the world agreeing on the Millennium Development Goals from 20 to 2015. And then in 2015, we had another burst of that. We agreed on the SDGs, we agreed on the Paris Accord, and we agreed on the Sendai framework. Moments like these are not just to be cherished, but to be reinforced. And I think what you're doing here is a major contribution to that. And I really compliment the leadership of the WAAS on the preparation of this excellent program. And I look forward to our active participation in this, and hopefully beyond this into the movement that will emerge from this very important gathering. Thank you.
Thank you, Ismail, for those very powerful and moving words. Now it is my pleasure to invite Peter Schlosser, Vice President and Vice Provost, Arizona State University, to take the floor.
Thank you, Janani. Good morning. It is a great pleasure and honor to participate in this essential conversation, not only to commemorate the legacy of the World Academy of Art and Science, but to chart a course forward in a moment of profound global transformation and turbulence. We gather at a time when the natural, social, and economic foundations of our closely interconnected global systems are under extraordinary pressure. From rising temperatures and geopolitical unrest to the erosion of institutional trust and the resurgence of authoritarianism, we are witnessing the unraveling of structures and norms once believed to be stable. What we are witnessing worldwide is not simply turbulence in the abstract. It is the unraveling of long-held assumptions that economic growth will yield shared prosperity, that technology will solve more problems than it creates, and that institutions will smoothly adapt to a changing world. The reality, sadly, has proven far more complex. In essence, we are witnessing a defining moment in history, where the world order that has dominated global dynamics for the past 80 years is being rewritten. The uniqueness of this moment is marked by the confluence of rising instability in societal structures, as we have heard, and the urgency of addressing the mounting environmental problems we have created by overexploiting our planet's capacity to support a growing population with increasing demands. This is a unique challenge that must be mastered within the very short time we have left to navigate it successfully. Very short, meaning a few years to a few decades. We often speak of the resulting pressures in technical or geopolitical terms. Still, for many millions, possibly billions around the world, these experiences are a daily and direct reality. For example, in the form of economic instability, ecological degradation, displacement, and social fragmentation. These are not isolated issues. They are interconnected symptoms of deeper systemic imbalances, rooted in how we have structured our societies and economies, as well as our understanding of our place in nature. Too often, we forget that we are part of it, part of nature, rather than controlling it and controlling the services it provides to all life on our planet. In this context, the work of the World Academy of Art and Science, in collaboration with numerous institutions, including the ASU Julian Wrigley Global Futures Laboratory, becomes more vital than ever. We must move beyond reactive crisis management toward coordinated systems transformation. This means confronting not only what is failing, but understanding why it has failed and leveraging that insight to reimagine bold, scalable innovations for what must be built in its place. In this regard, WAAS and its mission distinguish themselves from the many academies around the globe, which frequently focus too closely on knowledge generation without considering the future and the impact of human activities on the life-supporting systems of our planet. The climate crisis exemplifies the need for a holistic approach to a critical issue created by human activities that will persist for decades to centuries to come. It is not only a matter of carbon emissions or technological advancement. It is the unintended consequence of linear thinking in a profoundly interconnected, complex world. To act meaningfully on climate, we must not only understand the effects of greenhouse gas emissions on the physical and biogeochemical environment, but also address their connections to governance, finance, food, energy, and knowledge across the full spectrum of society. And climate change is also a prime example of the fact that we have actually much more knowledge about how to address critical problems than we are translating into action. We are way too passive out of fear for the consequences of different choices, assuming that they will naturally lead to negative consequences. However, inaction will not only lead to costs, including economic costs that are higher than those of action, but even more importantly, to self-regulation of our planet, with immense consequences for all life on Earth. It might lead to the fact that life as we know it will not be possible anymore. We are seeing examples of such self-regulation in the increasing number of extremes around the world. There are responses to the world's grand challenges. For example, the Sustainable Development Goals were developed to address this situation with a comprehensive plan of action. They remain the most extensive global framework for advancing human well-being and planetary security in an era of compounding risks. The fact that only a fraction of these goals are on track should lead us to examine the underlying causes of our shortfalls, reform the mechanisms that are no longer serving us, and envision new models of shared responsibility. These challenges and the opportunities that come with them require new approaches that are fundamentally different from those that have led us to our present situation. Such new approaches necessitate the need to reshape, among others, academia so that it can fulfill its societal mandate to provide the knowledge necessary to shape a sustainable future for all. The World Academy of Art and Science is charting such a way. Similarly, we established the Julian Wrigley Global Futures Laboratory for the same purpose, to restore academia as a trusted partner of society and harness the power of academia to address the world's most pressing problems. As the prototype for a university for the future of the planet, the Global Futures Laboratory is not a traditional discipline-oriented academic structure, but an engine of transformation. It is a transdisciplinary space where scientists, artists, activists, educators, politicians, and communities come together to co-design just and regenerative futures. A significant part of our vision and mission is to identify opportunities that come with challenges and accelerate their realization and implementation. We work across knowledge systems, recognizing that no single discipline or worldview holds all the answers to the challenges we face. We link the analytical power of science and technology with the wisdom, lived experiences, and relational understanding of indigenous knowledges. This convergence enables us to view the world more holistically, act more justly, and innovate more responsibly. We do not shy away from complexity, we embrace it, because complexity is not a barrier to progress. It is the fundamental reality of our interconnected world. As we open this conference, let us remember that turbulence is not a reason to despair. It is a call to adapt, evolve, and lead. It urges us to confront hard truth while inviting us to imagine bold alternatives. Disruption can become renewal if we re-examine the systems we have inherited, challenge outdated assumptions, and build new frameworks grounded in equity, resilience, and shared responsibilities. Concerning shared responsibility, we often place too much of a burden on the youth by expecting them to solve the problems that past generations have created, and the present generation is perpetuating and exacerbating them. If we are to fully commit to building just and sustainable futures, we must do more than listen to them. We must follow their lead in an intergenerational contract to which our generation must contribute in a much more substantive way than we are at this critical moment in human history. In times of uncertainty, it is tempting to look inward and retreat to familiar rather than confront the changes that must be made. But this moment calls us to look outward, to listen across disciplines, cultures, and generations, to build bridges where divisions persist, and to invest in the long-term well-being of both people and the planet, as WAAS is doing in an exemplary fashion. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. That was a message of hope. And in the following sessions, we will continue this discussion on several of the points that you mentioned in your speech. Vaira V.K. Freiberger, who was to join this panel today, is unable to do so. She sends her warm greetings to all participants. So thank you, Ilaha, for the message. Next, we have a recording from Bertie Ahern, co-chair Interaction Council and former Taoiseach of Ireland. He is unable to join us today, but we had an online meeting with him earlier this month, during which he gave us this message, which we will watch now. Vasuki, if you could please play the video. Thank you.
I want to thank Gary. We've had a chance of having a short introduction. This is my first opportunity to talk as a fellow of the World Academy of Art and Science. It's a great pleasure and a privilege for me to join up with all the members. Can I first of all commend the agenda for this 4-day session? I think it is an extraordinary agenda of the areas and the issues that we have to face in our world today. I should say I have spent a long political life. I was 34 years in Parliament, but I've spent the last 18 years dealing with conflict resolution, dealing with trying to bring reconciliation based on my experience in Northern Ireland. And I've worked with many organizations. I co-chaired the Interaction Council of World Leaders from many countries, but I've worked with the World Economic Forum and the Agenda Council on Conflict Resolution in many countries. And I've worked with Forward Thinking and Rethinking Conflict, which primarily work on the Middle East conflict. I've worked with President Ahtisaari, the late President Ahtisaari, on the Balkans issue with the Conflict Management Initiative. And I think in all these organizations that we've worked at, our effort and our energies has been trying to find if we can bring a peaceful world to deal with the issues wherever they are. I've worked with Kofi Annan thankfully on a successful one in bringing progress to the Basque Country and moving the conflict on there. And I've worked with the UN with Papua New Guinea on the Bougainville crisis. So I think one of the things I've seen, and some of the ones we've been successful in, other ones that we haven't made much progress in, other ones that we seem to have made no progress at all. But I think the important thing for me is that all our organizations and our efforts, as your agenda sets out, is trying to see where we can make this world a better world, how we can make it more peaceful, how we can make it more sustainable, and how we can bring the leadership of today and the rising leadership forward. In a short few moments, if I can, I just think one of the big issues of looking at your agenda is around, which is a favorite topic of mine these days, is what we can do to address the major difficulty of why multilateralism is failing around the world, why it is drifting away from where we were after the wall came down in '89, after that famous European summit that took place in Dublin during an Irish presidency, where we got unification of the East and the West and dealing with their currency issue with Chancellor Cole, and that it seemed as if we were into a period of openness and progress. And now it seems as if, even though people will all say that the issues have to be dealt with on a worldwide basis, that we need the world community to be engaged, it seems as if everyone is going back to nationalism. I totally understand people looking after their own interests and looking after their own people and country. That, of course, is the primary view of leaders. But it is equally so if we're to address the issues of the world, if we're to address the issues of humankind, whether it is climate change, which is on the news of the world every day, whether it's floods or whether it's heat or whatever. Even as I speak to you today in my native Dublin, the temperatures are 29 degrees, which is almost unheard of around here. But still people aren't prepared to cooperate and work together collectively. And I think the big challenge for all of us is to try, through our collective efforts, to try and win the game back again for multilateralism, to win the game back where people see the benefits of working the UN Charter, the sustainable goals. I remember in the Millennium Year when we did those first, and then they moved on to the 2015 and to the ones that I know that are in front of your conference. But it is how we generate the enthusiasm and the activity of the leadership and the rising leadership and the young people in society to be able to move forward. And I think that your organization, I think, is doing so much. And the World Academy of Arts and Science, I think, have brought people together. And I'm so honored and pleased to be involved with you. So I think that if we're to make a peaceful world, if we're to make a world where people will prosper, where it's a good place for humankind to be engaged in, then we must cooperate. And I think our energies, I'm not saying there's easy solutions, but there is the solution of education, of innovation, and trying to bring people to an understanding how we can make progress. So I look forward to following the deliberations of the 4 days. My congratulations to everyone who's participated. I look forward to looking at the outcomes, and I look forward into the years ahead of working with you all. And I want to thank Gary Jacobs, and I want to thank all his colleagues for the great work that they do. Thank you very much.
Thanks to Bertie for that speech, and thank you, Vasuki, for playing the video now. Our next speaker is Ketan Patel, Executive Director and Trustee of the World Academy of Art and Science, Chair, Force for Good, and CEO and co-founder of Greater Pacific Capital. Over to you, Ketan.
Thank you, Janani. Let me begin by congratulating the World Academy on its 65th anniversary. I'd like to also thank the Academy and Gary Jacobs on the vision and mission that is so important at this moment for our world. Thank you also for the great insights from the speakers in this session. Force for Good is proud to be a partner of the Academy. Our mission is also to mobilize solutions and capital as a force for good at a time of profound change in the world. So reflecting on what we've heard and preempting some of what we might hear in this conference, what explains our times? I think if there's one thing, it is that we're in a transition of civilizations. And if we look back in history, and that is one of the topics in this conference, we see that when there is a transition of this magnitude, that what came before is very much under threat. And it is not a single transition, it is multiple transitions that define our times. But the overarching theme is a change of civilizations, much like we might have seen from hunter-gatherers to agriculture, or agriculture to industrial. From industrial to information, which we're in the midst of, is a transition that is historic and an era shift. The transitions that underlie it are the ones I think that are very troubling for those of us that are analysts of this, that experience this every day, and that touch all of humanity in some way. They include, and I would like to articulate a few of them so we can see how widespread this is. The foremost that we feel every day, perhaps, is a geopolitical power transition, where might is now redefining the relationships between countries. but also between communities, undermining the rule of law, multilateralism, and weakening human rights. There's also a transition as a result away from rules and peace. This raises, of course, global conflict risk around the world, and we're seeing that almost everywhere. The economic transition that accompanies this, I think, is also something that is quite profound and is one of the drivers, I'm sure, of our social transition. And there will be challenges, of course, to the economic predominance of the US in this process. And some of the disruption we're seeing is no doubt because of that. But also at the same time, we see an energy and an ecological transition in waves, which is replacing through these waves the incumbent energy of the industrial era. And that's also threatening because it threatens the power and economic structure of those that currently have a monopoly almost on the wealth of the world. Technology is the driver of some of that, and it is the cause and part of the solution. And so we are in a technological solution at the same time. Capital flows as a result, as does energy, and as do other resources, towards the new environment that is being created. And so you have this conflict between the resistance for change and the new direction. And of course, this leads to what we're also experiencing, a transition of alliances away from traditional allies towards a fragmentation and a reformation of these alliances. And quite significantly at this time, there is a transition away from population stability, driven by many factors, including war, including climate, which will displace millions across borders. If the UN is right, it will be over 1 billion people that will be transferred across borders. And that is also the spark of revolt within the countries that they arrive in. And underlying all of this should be a scientific revolution, a transition, heralding breakthroughs that can redefine our world and can, if we choose to, either widen the gap between haves and have-nots or close it. And of course, all of this will lead to a transition of leadership, of those that lead the world and those that follow. If we look back, new civilizations are built on the ruins of the incumbent. And I think that is probably one of the most profound things that we will face, an extinction of the civilization that we live in. New species, of which various AI may be one type, tend to destroy or enslave incumbents. And we see that in the broad sweep of history if we go far back enough. And this is why this is such an important moment for us. In the midst of this level of change, including the consequences of a compromised ecosystem, it seems as if we as a species are not determined to solve the problems, but to fight ourselves. The species infighting that we see in trade conflict, in economic conflict, in war and military conflict, seems to divert our attention away from the bigger picture of what is happening to us. And I think what this means is we face discontinuous change and outsized opportunities for good and for ill. And to solve that, which I think will start to emerge in this conference and its construct, is a need to reimagine our world, to address basic human needs, to find and roll out solutions at scale, to address the issues that we face, to share in the opportunities and benefits, and to develop a new unity. Unfortunately, the initiative is not taken by people of goodwill towards each other who have shared values, who wish to work together. The initiative has been taken and occupies all our time, and our mind share is the destruction of what we have and the rule of might. And this conference and this group, the World Academy of Art and Science, and so many of the speakers we've already heard, are committed to taking the initiative back. It'll be interesting to see how we do that and how we avoid becoming what we see as the rival way to do things, the rule of might. It is difficult to fight the rule of might. And I think in this conference, we'll hear about how peace is one way to do that. But it's quite a ruthless rule of might that we're experiencing. This conference, if successful, and I think it will be very much so, is focused on solutions, not just analyzing the global turbulence itself. The goal is to develop practical strategies to the problems that we face, to understand the root causes, so those solutions, those strategies are good ones that meet the need. And the sessions will explore, therefore, reviving the SDGs, harnessing technology for good, reforming global finance, and finding the answers to the many issues. This is, of course, just a beginning. And I think we're collectively here to inspire and be inspired by each other into action and collaboration. The main objective is results, of course, and I think that's where we will head. I thank you very much for the opportunity to participate, and thanks to everyone who will be involved in engaging with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ketan. We look forward to hearing more from you in the following sessions. You mentioned so much vital for our future. We still have a little time, Gary. If you would like to take 2 minutes for concluding remarks, you're welcome. You're muted.
I think these are only initiating remarks, and they have opened the door and set the stage for what we're going to do for the next 4 days. And I certainly wouldn't try to conclude about them. I'd just like to take the opportunity to flag a special event in our schedule tomorrow. Bertie Ahern was stressing so much the importance of peace as the basis for this, and all of the speakers have mentioned that as so important. Tomorrow, we're going to start an hour and a half earlier than we are today with a special session, a plenary session called the Peace Offensive, where we're already in the process of taking an initiative on a new program in collaboration with a number of very distinguished partners who will be working with us internationally on it. So I think it's important that we stress what Ketan and others have said, that the ultimate objective of this has to be action, has to be practical action that will have impact. And this is one area where I think we all agree, definitely we need impact. And as Ketan said, it's also extremely challenging and difficult under these circumstances. So we're looking at innovative approaches to doing it. So I'd invite all of you, when you're joining us tomorrow, please don't be confused by today's starting schedule. We start 90 minutes earlier, but for a very special session, I think really worthwhile. Thank you. And Janani, I think we can
Thank
make
you,
the
Gary.
transition.
Yes. We now come to the end of our opening session. Thanks to all our speakers today. You have all set the stage for the discussions to follow today and over the next 3 days. We've had some inspiring messages of hope and agency. So thank you. And I also thank all the participants who are with us today. All the following sessions today are plenary sessions. So I request all of you to remain in the same Zoom meeting as we move from one session to the next. Tomorrow we will begin, as Gary mentioned, with the Global Peace Offensive that starts 90 minutes earlier than we did today at 13:30 CEST. After that, we will have sessions in 2 parallel streams with separate links for streams A and B. All links are available on the WAAS website, the conference agenda, and they will also be shared by email. I thank all our speakers and participants once again, and will now hand over to our next panel, which will start in a few minutes, Turbulence of a World in Transition, the context, enabling conditions, and symptoms, to be chaired by Francis O'Donnell. Thank you all.
I see a few of us are getting online. Hello, Dr. Elena Mustakova.
Hello, Francis O'Donnell.
And Paul Reve, my old friend from multiple incarnations in Baku and beyond.
Lovely.
We are waiting for a few more, but I noticed from the previous session that Her Excellency, former President Vajra Vika Freiberger, may not be well and may not be able to join us.
Yeah.
So we'll just see how that goes. Professor Eden Mahmoud, there is the man himself. How are you?
Thank
We may
you for the
more for
invitation.
you as a result of Vajra's absence, and we also have Shashandri Velamoor, who has joined us there. And I guess we will begin in 5 minutes so we can have a free-forming exchange of views before then, if you like. I am touted as former ambassador of the Order of Malta to Slovakia, and before that, 32 years in the United Nations. Most recently, being 16 years ago as the UN resident coordinator in Ukraine. And before that in Serbia, Montenegro, or initially the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia. But perhaps I should just say that these days, or certainly in the past 11 years, I've been very involved with groups like the Nazami Ganjavi International Center, being an occasional speaker or panelist or moderator, although not a member per se. And also with the Interaction Council, thanks to former Irish Prime Minister Bertie Ahern, whom we just heard from in the first opening panel, and with the Club de Madrid sometimes as well. But let me say that since 3 years ago, after Russia repeated its invasion of Ukraine and went further into Donbass, a group of us former UN colleagues got together online to see what we could be doing about supporting the Secretariat of the UN and the offices of Secretary General Antonio Guterres to become as proactive as possible in trying to prevent this war from getting worse than it was, and maybe to roll it back completely. So we wrote a letter to him, urging him to engage in shuttle diplomacy. And the next day after he got it, he announced his trip to Moscow and to Kiev. And since then, 3 years on, we have constituted ourselves into what we call a peace-making reflection group, more recently just peace reflection group. And at my suggestion, we had our first in-person retreat in the south of France in early May, as a result of which we launched a call for the UN Charter, basically to get member states, the rogues in particular, to return to the principles and values of the UN Charter. And we had it in mind for the anniversary of the Charter, which was the 26th of June. But we got such a good response from some former heads of state and heads of government that we've extended this now through the high-level segment of the General Assembly in September into the 24th of October, which, as you know, is United Nations Day, the day the organization was essentially founded, I suppose. And we got 16 former presidents and 20 former prime ministers to sign on to this call. It is still a work in progress. More people are welcome to join in. And that's under the auspices of the FOGS, the Foundation for Global Governance and Sustainability, fogs.org, that's foggs.org, which operates out of Brussels. Now we're about to begin, and I can see that my laptop is running out of juice, so I'm frantically looking for an extension cable to plug us all in. And bingo, here it is. We're about to go into the very serious stuff now. And there we are, plugged in. So here we are on the dot. I'm actually talking to you from the little island of Rhodes in eastern Greece, south of Marmaris in Turkey, in a little place called Lindos. where we had some fabulous swimming this morning in St. Paul's Bay. And if I have that casual look and I'm not wearing a suit and tie like Gary Jacobs, it's simply because I'm in this relaxed atmosphere. But I know that everyone else is relaxed when I look at Paul and Professor and others. You know, nobody's all suited up, and so much the better for that. So let me begin with just a few words on the subject matter that we have, which is global turbulence. I have already written a paper which has been published by the Cadmus journal, as you might have seen, in the root causes and drivers of global turbulence, which essentially distills out of a book I wrote, a booklet called Desperate Hope, Reflections on Survival Pathways for Civilization, which was presented 2 years ago to the Interaction Council, the first, historically, the first group of former presidents and prime ministers, which Bertie Ahern co-chairs and is also co-chaired by Olusegun Obasanjo of Nigeria. And we met in Valletta in Malta and discussed that and a bunch of other things. And when I think more and more about the UN Charter and the state of the world today, I have to confess I am becoming a little bit more hardline and radical in my outlook. And so the comments which I'm about to make to you now, just by way of introduction, may sound a little bit severe. And you're going to hear some things that others have already said, and some of what I say you might agree or disagree with. But let me begin as follows. Briefly, just to say the following. And I know Ketan Patel had talked about various civilizations coming together. When I'm 71 years of age, and I look back on the late 20th century as an extraordinary period of time when global telecommunications, global travel, global trade, global financial flows really came into being. Globalization really took hold. And I think we enjoy today the first truly global civilization. We may have little subsets of civilizations in that, but we have the first truly global civilization. And because it is so new, the challenge of securing adherence to its founding principles, that is, in essence, the UN Charter, and indeed its vaunted universal values, Universal Declaration of Human Rights, is one major factor why it is so turbulent, because it is so new. But there are other factors, principally the accelerating rate of change itself, and most importantly, the viral spread of corruption, which leads to regulatory erosion, institutional dysfunction, and in too many cases, state capture by vested interests, culminating in leadership cults and autocracy. Now, in our little get-together a few weeks ago in the south of France, this small group of 12 of us distinguished between normative globalization and corporate globalization. Normative globalization is rooted in our first global constitution, the UN Charter, and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and the extraordinary growth in the body of treaties and international law and related institutions, which today govern relations between states and is inadequately recognized as the quintessential foundation for our sustainability. In some contrast, corporate globalization, rooted in trade and investment, has been the corresponding bedrock of growing prosperity. However, like many governments, it has become infected by the virus of corruption, undermining good governance, social peace, human and state security, and ultimately degrading our natural, our physical and socio-political environment, transforming too often into an obstacle to sustainability. Corporate globalization, as distinct from normative globalization. And it is the very spread of autocracy, empowered by the greed of corruption, that undermines democracy increasingly, assaults the norms and multilateral institutions, hijacks independent media under the guise of aggrieved nationalism, tending again to identitarian supremacy. We are seeing more and more that the UN Charter and global governance institutions are too weak to preserve our first truly global civilization. This is something I've only lately realized. Because the UN Charter and these institutions lack effective mandatory jurisdictional and enforcement measures to stop powerful countries who hold veto power in the UN Security Council from launching neo-imperial ambitions and expanding. In other words, our global architecture at present cannot stop new empires from emerging. Look at Russia. Look at Mr. Trump's America looking at Greenland, Panama, and beyond. Others are also trying to expand, or did in the past. The French and the British, of course, went through the process of decolonization. So there is a fundamental flaw in the system deliberately built in Yalta by Roosevelt, Churchill, and Stalin, dividing the world into zones of influence, and later in the UN Charter in San Francisco 80 years ago. So let's see how it is that the Charter contains some fundamental flaws, hidden in obscure paragraphs, but designed to limit attempts to hold superpowers accountable. Considering that the parties concerned, if we talk Roosevelt, Churchill, and Stalin, we're talking about the United States, the British Empire, and the Soviet Empire, in essence. They were either the remnant or robust empires at the time in 1945, the French and the British also, and the Chinese in a manner. Their remnant character brought about these provisions in the Charter, the veto, which is the Achilles heel for effective global governance. They are nothing more than blatant imperialist fail-safe instruments to protect their interests and their dominance. So, in a sense, we can forget about the sovereign equality of states. It is a foisted myth, a placebo for the little guys like Ireland and others to dull them into compliance. It works between us smaller states, but even between us less effectively now than in the late 20th century. Yet today, ironically, the European Union, successor to several decayed empires, with some of their former vassals, constitutes the most effective challenge to that sclerotic P5-dominated post-World War II order. But the EU's power itself risks its own overreach imperiously, unless coordinated strategically and in utter adherence to its values at every level of subsidiarity and external outreach. Therefore, it can expect severe hostile competition from the P3, America, China, and Russia, as well as some of the larger BRICS like Brazil and India. So the Charter has permanently institutionalized grave limitations, which are directly responsible for the failure to prevent wars. Yes, we've had no world war, but we've had too many wars, as Ismail Sadiq pointed out a short while ago, 50 conflicts raging right now. The Charter's prohibition on the use of force, Article 2.4, aims to prevent aggression, but enforcement relies entirely on the Security Council, where the P5's veto power in Article 27 too often paralyzes action. Article 27.3 requires parties to a dispute to abstain. Russia, which chaired the Security Council when it invaded Ukraine, did not abstain. It exercised its veto. And it's routinely ignored by permanent members like Russia and the US, as seen in the Ukraine situation and in Israel, where no mechanism to compel compliance exists. Now, Chapter 7 allows sanctions or the use of force, but vetoes block these. And there are serious jurisdictional gaps. The ICJ, the International Court of Justice, requires state consent. But if there is no state consent, its role is basically non-existence for non-consenting states. The International Criminal Court can prosecute individuals for aggression, but only under strict conditions. Then we have the Kampala Amendments, excluding non-party states. Neither court can directly prevent imperial expansion. The Liechtenstein Veto Initiative under UN General Assembly Resolution 76/262 ensures that the General Assembly conducts debates post-veto, but its consequent resolutions are non-binding. They offer moral pressure, but no enforcement. Hence, the General Assembly can expose, but not curb, impunity. So, in a sense, we have a spanner in the works. It gridlocks the system. The Charter entrenches a system where empires or powerful P5 states can expand unchecked if they hold veto power, undermining sovereignty and collective security. The UN and the P5 have abjectly failed from the very beginning to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war. In fact, they have failed so miserably that today outright genocide is being normalized by some of them, either directly, as has been claimed, Russia in Ukraine, or in other places, or their de facto protectorate vassals, whether in Gaza or beyond, or in Ethiopia, Sudan, or Myanmar. The allegations of genocide abound. The flaw lies in prioritizing superstate sovereignty and P5 privilege over enforceable global norms. We need to reform the veto, and unless we do reform it somehow, the empires can creep back and decolonization isn't over. Given the gravest dangers of the confluence of the old three continents, America, Israel, and Iran in particular should remember Belshazzar's feast and heed the writing on the wall, because global turbulence upsets narrow, self-absorbed geopolitical fantasies. And that is why it is important to understand the root causes and drivers of global turbulence, as have been published by Cadmus recently. The quality of global and national leadership is therefore at stake, and the future of billions of people, as Ismail Sarageldin also had pointed out. We were reminded in a very recent article in The Lancet just this past week that our planetary health is in grave danger, and we need a resilient and stable Earth system crucial for human health. The Earth system scientists developed a planetary boundaries framework for measuring and tracking the stability and resilience of the Earth system. It quantifies safe boundary levels for 9 processes that regulate the state of the Earth system and are increasingly affected by human activity. And they find that 6 out of 9 of these planetary boundaries are now transgressed, and most trend toward further transgression. This rejoins the work being done on risks to existential security, both in the Interaction Council and by the World Academy of Arts and Sciences. So we're at a historic moment, and current turbulence, uncertainty, and stress require us to imagine a better way forward, where the state has its place, but where sovereignty is relativized by norms, obligations, relationships, and where civil society and other social and economic forces, including corporate and media, need to be recognized for their roles and contributions that they can make. As a recent expert on diplomacy in Ireland told me, the international rules-based order from 1945 ended in January 2025. 80 years of international law and diplomacy and of international humanitarianism and decency have effectively been shredded. We are in a new phase of what has been called voracious leviathans that no power on earth can restrain, as Thomas Hobbes described the rise of absolutist rulers in the 17th century. The reality is that diplomacy needs to be more effective. Yet studies that have been undertaken a year ago indicate that in too many countries, the diplomatic cadres are not able to compete with the private sector anymore. Various foreign services are losing their best talents to the private sector, especially in the digital industries. And the diplomatic capacities of too many countries are now being rapidly degraded, not just the United States and its State Department, but too many other countries. Despite great advances in negotiation and mediation theories, skill sets, or education. So this is where we stand, and we need to tackle corruption and empower civil society. In fact, the struggle to preserve our first truly global civilization in the face of corruption, subversion, and fragmentation demands we strengthen our world constitution and fortify and truly universalize human rights through a globalization of conscience and compassion, avoiding the debasing instrumentalization of the person. So those are my 2 cents worth. And I would like now to turn the floor over to all of you to pull me apart and criticize heavily, but more importantly than that, come up with your own ideas. And so we shall begin with ladies first. Elena Mustakova, would you like to kick us off here with your top points of the hour?
Yes, thank you so much for your wonderful comments, the clarity and the passion with which you really outlined the realities that we're facing. I am going to follow on this passion from the perspective of a social scientist. The question that has occupied me for much of my professional life has been, how does people's consciousness evolve and develop? Because it does. I'm a developmental evolutionary social scientist. So what are the enabling conditions and what are the conditions under which it actually regresses or fails to develop? And so that's what I'd like to focus my comments on. And in particular, I'd like to focus on what I see as two central enabling conditions. A central factor that I think really is enabling the intensifying turbulence appears to be a very limited perspective on history, which frames the thinking of the general public, one that is based on various static constructions of past events and points of view. Such a limited historical perspective does not recognize the current rapidly unfolding paradigm shift. It does not speak to the dual global processes we find ourselves in the midst of. Nor do ordinary people hear and grasp that we live in a defining moment in history. And after all, we know that education has a lot to do with the evolution of consciousness in human development. Educational curricula across disciplines and levels of education still rarely, if ever, acknowledge that we're living in the midst of a major paradigm shift, a transition of civilizations. That's really not what you hear in classrooms and university auditoriums. Young people, and the general public do not hear that a particular long dominant worldview and organization of life has actually exhausted itself and a new one is emergent. The groups of us who are working in this field understand that, but we need to speak much more broadly to the general public and educate the general public. We have the dying out of a collective system based on extraction, profit, and the rule of might, as was said earlier, as dominant values, where human life is expendable. And that dying out is apparent in the social, environmental, and global collapse that we're living. Yet, this process is rarely, if at all, meaningfully explained in the public space. And as the transition is becoming quickly increasingly palpable, the initial excitement around liberal democratic values is giving way to panic, of course, with the collapse of familiar world, a panic which is systematically fed by the divisive forces of the old world. And so we don't need to wonder why, after the peak achievements of nations of the millennial goals and the SDGs in the early part of this century, we're now seeing such a retreat from liberal democratic values. In fact, it's really wonderful that we're having this panel, and we need to think very systematically about the very legitimacy of this process and how we haven't been prepared to tackle it and need to quickly become prepared to tackle it. Because when ordinary people do not understand that behind this collapse, which families and communities are living, is the emergence of a new and significantly more humane global organization of life, they of course feel threatened by the visible collapse of familiar structures and are more inclined to hold on to outdated patriarchal centers of power, to strongmen, to militarism and violence as self-protection. Hence the rising insecurity and retreat from democratic values and the intense polarization. So in this context, it appears of primary importance to educate the general public on the nature of the evolutionary shift underway, from a collective consciousness rooted in competing and often mutually hostile group identities, to a collective consciousness rooted in our apparent and inevitable global interdependence, which is now a scientific as well as a social fact. Much work is needed to give wide visibility to the rapid rise of regenerative and community-building initiatives of a new kind that surround us on every level, from local to global. People, ordinary public, need to be informed also of the wide range of efforts to lay the foundations of global institutions of a new kind. As you were just speaking now, there is a dramatic need for global institutions that have executive power and can really restrain tyrants, protect human security, and the just and equitable use of planetary resources, that have the power to prosecute corruption and to stop tyrants. These institutions are being conceptualized, the foundation is being laid, but the general public does not know and understand these processes. A clear example of this, which I find amazing that people actually do not generally know about, is what happened actually in the past 2-year multi-stage process, where about 1,800 NGOs came together from all over the world to hammer out their vision of the global restructuring needed. And as we know, this process led to remarkable proposals contained in the Interim People's Pact for the Future, submitted to the Summit of the Future in September 2024. Majority of people I speak with on the ground have heard nothing about this process, nothing about the fact that 1,800 NGOs from every culture and community around the world were actually able to reach consensus and work together and develop viable proposals. So related to this limited and very static teaching and understanding of history in the public eye is another enabling condition. And that, of course, we all know is the entrenchment of a reductionist materialist scientific paradigm in education. Still, despite all the new knowledge that has emerged, education continues to be fragmented, mostly defined by the old scientific paradigm, lacking systemic understanding of the interdependence of all life on the planet and of the evolution of social consciousness. That's why it's so exciting and so rewarding to hear about initiatives as the Futures Lab of Arizona State University, and also, of course, the World University Consortium, which is an excellent response trying to reshape academia towards a coordinated systems transformation to a holistic approach to education. But the fragmented materialist science that dominates encourages competition over finite resources. Still, even as scientists have shown us very eloquently how unsustainable this is and endangering the lives of all of us, it still breeds a worldview of insecurity, fear, ideological fortifications, relational breakdown, and pervasive anxiety. And so, transdisciplinary evolutionary educational programs and initiatives like this one are crucial in order to address these enabling conditions that I just spoke about, and to really help people recognize the emergent global transformation at the heart of a geopolitical turbulence of the order that we are experiencing, so that people are motivated to develop the competencies and skills to participate in this transformation. And in closing, I'd like to just remind us that as in children's stories, we hear of the giant monster that in its death throes is the ugliest and the most threatening and the most dangerous. And it really thrashes around and it tries to scare away the hero. We're talking about the old hero's journey myth, but this is where we're at this critical historical moment where all humanity is the hero on this journey, and there's a lot of scary and ugly thrashing happening. And unless we have these public conversations everywhere that people can understand what this thrashing is about, and that at the heart of it, something unstoppable has already emerged and is growing, and that people have the choice to be frightened and build defense walls or join the process of collective human security and what that looks like and what are the competencies and skills of that. Unless we do that, we will continue to be perplexed that after so many gains, we are experiencing such a retreat into 19th century thinking. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Elena. Can I ask you just a little question before we move to the next speaker?
Please.
I mean, as you described so eloquently, the extraordinary transboundary, I suppose, cross-cultural and cross-planetary interconnections and degenerative social energies that are coming about in the 1,800 NGOs and what they've come up with. And we've had discussions in our little UN group about Article 109 of the UN Charter and how important it is to have a review of the Charter, which hasn't happened, in fact,
Yes.
since 1971. I think there hasn't been a revision.
Mhm.
Do you see, and my question is this, do you see, from your understanding and your observations, do you see signs of a new generation of young people rising up into political leadership with this consciousness of the kinds of paradigm shift that we're going through globally? Do you see early signs of that at all? And what would you think would
That's
be the
a
way
very
forward
important
for
question. That's a
political
very important question.
leadership to grip it?
You know, I would be hard pressed to say that I see young people that are trained in the political leadership needed. And I think that's part of the problem. I do see the rise of young people who are ready to undertake all kinds of initiatives in very, very bold thinking.
Mhm.
But are they trained in the political process of transformation? I am not so sure about that. It feels to me that a lot of political science education is dominated by the old geopolitical perspective. And so that's where I see educationally the big breakthroughs that are needed now. There needs to be a generation trained, and I think you pointed to that very well, a young generation trained not just in love of humanitarian regenerative values and bold, creative, innovative thinking, but also trained in disciplined, strategic approaches to the political reality. I haven't seen that yet. And I hope I'm wrong, but that's my impression.
We have
Can
a
I
way
make
to
a comment?
Yeah, please. Yes.
In response to your question and her answer, very briefly, I have conducted conferences with sixth graders
Mhm.
talking about the long-term future where they were required to come prepared. As it turns out, when you lay it down at their level as to what is happening, you would be amazed at their understanding and their, or how do I put it, their willingness to cooperate in a bottom-up fashion to make the changes that come about. So the real issue really here is the whole idea of, like she has mentioned several times, redesigning the whole idea of how you educate the youngsters.
How you
Sounds like
build
a
Because
the
big
skills
job
and
because
the
for
this
competences.
because this is a generational change. It's not going to
Yes.
happen tomorrow.
Correct. Correct. Exactly. Okay. Paul, I see you on a list here which says that you are going to tell us something. Paul Revet. You need to turn your microphone on.
Apologies, I need to, it's on now. Thank you very much, Francis. Thank you especially also for your opening remarks, which I will build upon. From the World Academy for inviting me to this fabulous program and this wonderful conference. Very inspiring. I was also very inspired by the Cadmus paper that was sent out, which has also helped me greatly formulate a few ideas. And again, Dr. Elena Mustakova, many thanks for your opening remarks. Why? Where you mentioned history. I personally and fell in love with history since a youngster. And so I will start with the historic background of why are we here today. And being a European, we went through a lot of history. For us, history has not always been a good sign. And some countries say it would be wonderful to be Switzerland with not so much history, but actually it's wrong because Switzerland has an amazing history. But still, after 1989, 1990, the fall of the wall, the rising of the Iron Curtain, we made maybe the first mistake where we decided hubristically, I don't know if that's English, we decided unilaterally that we had won, inverted comma, the Cold War, and we're not in a position to frame the new security architecture of Europe by integrating all the participants and all the member states, which had been tried amazingly during the détente period. We all recall of the 70s, starting with the Helsinki Final Act. 30 years later, it's interesting to note that we come up in 2005 with the idea of the responsibility to protect, which was, of course, an important, at UN level, way of finding solutions to growing problems. The second part of the 2000s, of course, is basically the financial crisis of 2008, which shows that the West has started to struggle with the advances made before with the democratic process worldwide. So there are also symptoms of retreat, symptoms where we are living today, which are basically retrenchment, the idea of national openness of enlightenment today is somehow falling back and no longer being a guide light to many other parts of the world. Europe is here a very After enlargement, you will all recall the debates when Jacques Delors was president of the European Commission between enlargement or deepening. We are neither in a deepening process and have stalled on an enlargement process. And here comes to mind, of course, countries like who are candidates who are basically locked into a closed door, behind a closed door, like, for example, in the Western Balkans. Now, all this is just to say that the post-World War order and the post-Cold War world order is dissolving, which obviously, as you mentioned before, both in the Cadmus paper and, of course, Francis also in his opening remarks, and Dr. Mustrakova also in her remarks, both leads us to this timing of dissolution, and we are also witnessing and also having problems in three overlapping factors which are creating problems. The first one is the emergence of a risk society with the expansion of globalization, which caused, of course, a lot of wealth, but also now many new risks, such as the advancement of identity politics. We also have, secondly, the rise of the West after the rise of the West, and this rise of the West has progressed in parallel between the post 9/11 terror, war on terror, and the collapse of Lehman Brothers. So both at the economic and at the political level, we have come to this new sort of period from G7, we go to G20. We see the rise of China and Russia, but we have not managed a proper management of this rise. And finally, and probably the most serious problem is the decline in political leadership in our democratic societies. with very, very major shifts in US and UK foreign policies, which were actually before in charge of this post-war order. So from Obama to Brexit, we have all these amazing historic shifts where we are still under their sort of their problematic results. Now, how to return to new rules? This is basically the idea of this conference. We have to find new rules or adapt old rules to the realities of today. And this is where obviously events such as the Pact for the Future will be helpful. How do we make sure that multilateralism comes back to the fore? And we have to reframe all these institutions. But you should not obviously throw the baby with the bathwater. The UN Charter is there to be simply implemented. Simply is maybe an easy word, but it simply has to be implemented. And for that, we need, of course, actors. And these actors today and these leaders are basically lacking. They're no longer there. The P5, as Francis mentioned, has stalled, has vetoed basically the UN system. And so, well, will the General Assembly come to the fore? There again, there are lots of ideas that came out before. Effective multilateralism, Secretary General came up with many very interesting projects on how to revive multilateralism, but still today the people's imagination are still in the waiting room. So since we cannot go back to the status quo ante, sort of type Helsinki, we have to find a new way, and that new way is basically to make sure that sovereignty and human rights are not diverted or even subverted. And there, the techniques such as humanitarian interventions, all these important developments we have seen need to be framed in a better and in a more active and proactive way. Finally, my last few words are ethics of belief must be replaced by the ethics of responsibility. We have to recognize that the status quo, separating ongoing policies from problems, is difficult, but we can solve them. Models can be found, especially in the European context. We have seen models from the Cold War which could be considered, such as the neutral status. We can go in all the details. The Austrian and the Finnish models, for example, could be an interesting way ahead when regarding the Russian aggression against Ukraine. So the ideas, the models are there. But still, again, what is lacking at the end of the day are leaders that will make sure that these models can be implemented and accepted also by the international community. These were briefly a few words I wanted to share with you for the upcoming discussion. Thank you very much.
Frank, you have to open your.
Thank you very much,
Sorry?
Paul. You mentioned the ethics of responsibility. Just by way of interest for those who may not know, the Interaction Council a few years ago came out with a Universal Declaration of Human Responsibilities to be, as it were, the complement to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And the idea that, you know, we don't have rights without responsibilities. There would be duty bearers, as Mary Robinson said, as well as rights holders in the whole discourse on rights and development. The Sustainable Development Goals, of course, it was said that by previous speakers, Ismail Sadiq-Aldin in the first panel, that this was the miracle of the Millennium Development Goals, which became the SDGs. One of the biggest shocks that I experienced in recent years, apart from Russia's invasion of Ukraine, was the American denunciation of the SDGs recently in the General Assembly. They denounced diversity and inclusion and equity inclusion, but also denounced the Sustainable Development Goals. And there seems in retrospect to have been times when the international community has come robustly together for something dramatic and transformative, not just the charter, but around the Millennium Declaration itself, from which comes the development goals. But the declaration itself was the first time that the world community came together with a very clear prescription as to how to translate the charter into very specific types of institutional imperatives, a part of which was the MDGs, the Millennium Development Goals. And the whole thing was blown out of the water by the time we came to the conference in Monterey on the financing development because of 9/11 and the war against terror. Blew it out of the water. And the same thing happens now. We come together with the Secretary General last year with the Pact for the Future. And lo and behold, the SDGs are blown out of the water again. How can we mend this broken world? This is, I think, the challenge that we face, and ethics of responsibility is definitely part of that. Leadership responsibility and accountability is very much a part of it. Professor Eden Mahmoud had some extraordinarily interesting slides that he shared with me. But Eden, can you just bring us to your point of view on all of this and give us the solutions in a nutshell as to how to move us forward?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Frank. And thank you for the very nice and friendly introduction to this panel. So in any case, we have to say that we are so proud in this very anniversary, let's say, event, this 65 years of WAAS. And I think the basic element that in some way was cooked out into these interventions here. It was the idea of ethics of responsibility. This is a fundamental issue because I am from the Black Sea, very close to the place where you are. Last summer, I spent also an excellent week in Rhodes Islands. And I know when you see the blue of the Aegean Sea and the surroundings of the Rhodes Island, you could not remember about the old times, let's say old Greek antiquity, when in the region actually we had an economy at a very physical level, so an exchange of goods. By boats and so on. So at one point when this trade was let's say, passed by the flows coming from the Far East and from the Northern Europe, we had also the need for establishing some rules. So it was the famous War of Troy, when the groups, the large groups controlling the region, they clashed. And it was the whole need to search and to look for some rules. So later on, when it was the next evolution from, let's say, this physical economy into the commercial and financial type of evolutions, we have seen another need in the Western Europe, the fantastic, let's say, achievement of Magna Carta as the frame for establishing the, let's say, platform for state of law and of rules in defining, let's say, the relations between different states. So in this context, of course, when we look back, when this academy was established in 1960, the world population at that time was in the range of 3 billion people. So we are now more than 8 billion, so we are almost 3 times more as population in just a lifetime. So in all this demographic evolution, the access to the resources, the use of the resources with very poor efficiency, and the depletion of all these, let's say, resources with a huge impact on the environment was something that is in our eyes because we witnessed what happened around. And this aspect of moving forward, getting the access of these resources with such a low efficiency cannot move further. So the aspects related to the declarations that you mentioned so well regarding the Millennium Declaration, the SDGs, and the current pact, all of them are, let's say, different desperate calls for appropriate, let's say, consideration of accessing these resources, of using the resources, and of course, putting them in an appropriate framework. So in that respect, I could add to the very nice ideas that have been mentioned here by Elena and by Paul regarding the need for education and the need for, let's say, growing up these new leaders with the vision of transformational, let's say, aspects. I think there is also a need for reconsidering the way in which we are judging, actually, from the scientific and engineering point of view, the processes around us. So I would like to give just an example. For instance, we are talking about energy, we are talking about the resources, and the whole the 20th century was centered on the usefulness of all these resources to the anthropogenic factor. So the whole evolution for more than 1 century around this period of history was centered on what is useful for the anthropogenic factor, without paying attention to what was depleted, what was dissipated, what was impacted in the environment. So there is a need from the scientific point of view to make also this shift into way of reconsidering the way in which we are judging the system from the very core and very initial point, from let's say, defining the systems, and first thinking what this system, what this process is going to harm first, what kind of, let's say, impact on the environment is going to have, and further on consider it, of course, in an optimal approach, making the appropriate, let's say, balance between the use and at the same time the harm that this is doing in the environment. So from that perspective, I fully agree that the solution might be these, let's say, three aspects or three elements that we are looking to the symptoms. So first of all, the rules. So the way in which we want to define a proper framework in which a humanity that is, for the time being, 3 times more than it was in the past. But very, very soon there will be even more. So a humanity distributed radically different. So if we look now, we can see the let's say, population growth, which is the highest in African continent and the highest also in Asian continent. So in this redistribution of population globally, with a different and redefined access to the resources, the second aspect is the way of educating, let's say, the future generations on using the resources, on evaluating the impact, and at the same time the redistribution of the welfare among the population. And of course, finally we are talking about the leadership, because the whole element needs a new generation of leaders. Thank you.
Okay, I think we are being told we're running out of time, so I'll have to hand over immediately to Shadri Valamoor. Please go ahead and let us have it.
Thank you.
And
I
then we
hope
wrap
I
it
have
up.
a few minutes left.
Yeah, I think so.
So
Just about.
I think most of what needs to be said has been said already, but I'll try to put it in a different perspective. My perspective will be of the deep past and the far future, and within the framework of evolutionary thinking. So the first thing I would point out is that the Royal Geological Society got together some years ago. They are responsible for describing epochs in time, and they came up with the notion to describe our current circumstance as the Anthropocene.
Yes.
Meaning humans now, with their activities, deserve an epoch for themselves, and they called it the Anthropocene because what humans have done to the planet now is irreversible. With that in mind, I will approach what I have to say in three parts. First, symptoms, two, root causes, and three, solutions. When I ran industries for many years, one of the things that would happen is somebody would come into my office with a problem and say, we need a solution. And my answer to most of them was always say, why did this problem occur? And they would come up with a reason, keep asking why, and you get to the root cause eventually where the answer is obvious. So anyway, I will take that approach. What are the symptoms that we have now already talked about? One, climate change. CO2 in the atmosphere going to nearly 400 parts per million, and maybe 500 in the next 50 to 100 years. Second, exhaustion of resources that Elena has already pointed out. We know all about Paul Ehrlich and Donella Meadows talking about limits to growth. And the idea is when modern statistics have been compared to what they predicted 30 years ago, everybody poo-pooed their findings, but now we find that the curve they described and what's happening today is almost concurrently the same. Third symptom, extinction of species. Professor E.O. Wilson has described in detail that we are losing approximately 10,000 to 15,000 species every year. Population is a taboo subject, but we have to come to grips with it because, as Professor Mahmoud pointed out, we have gone from 300 million in 0 AD to 1 billion in 1900 and 8.5 in 100 years to 8.5 billion. Everybody aspiring to live like an American at $60,000 a year, which is a fool's paradise. So these are some of the symptoms. And again, the derivatives of that is what we are witnessing is democracy being hijacked, institutional breakdowns, and reverting to reactionary ideologies, and isolationism is now on the rise, and religious and other fundamentalisms taking over. Mind you, I keep repeating, these are symptoms. They are not problems. The root causes. Now, if we have the courage to admit to what the root causes are, they have to do with civilizational ideas that have been dominant for 2,000 years. What are these civilizational ideas? One, man and the divine are wholly separate. Nature has been given dominion to man to understand, to exploit, and use. And three, progress is unlimited, linear, and will happen forever. So as a result of these, we have now come to the status where individualism and its centrifugality, in physics, there are terms called centrifugality and centripetality. Centrifugality is what drives forces away from the center. Individualism and rampant individualism without any emphasis on duties and responsibilities, but only on rights, has given rise to the conditions that we see today. as opposed to what used to be the collective as an influence in our societies, not the obvious bad kinds of collectivism, but as Hillary Clinton said, we are a village where everybody is interdependent on everybody else. Man and the supreme are not separate. So anyway, the third thing is education, and we have talked enough about it quite a bit. Education has now become, as I describe it, voluntary slavery to the current paradigm of progress, of exploitation, of the use of resources, and we get willing participants because their lives depend on a salary. So when we come to these kinds of conditions that are the root causes, then we get to the point of what we have already described as the symptoms. Over the long term, we have arrived at a situation where a lot of it is untenable going forward. What are the solutions? Wisdom traditions of the past have already articulated a whole lot of ideas. The first one, I come from a civilizational background where the foundational idea is in Sanskrit called Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, mean the world is one family, not a nation state, not a society, not a city or a state, but the world is one family. The second idea that I think might be the basis for going forward in terms of thinking about tactics and strategies is the greatest good of the greatest number, as articulated by the utilitarian philosophers Bentham and Hooker. And the third one is, here is where it becomes a little dicey because everybody, so far what I've heard is, we're talking about top-down solutions. If we were to have followed the top-down solutions, especially as it relates to utopias that have been put forward, we should have already been there. But we are not. And the reason is top-down philosophies with the idea that human agency from the top down is the sole determinant of outcomes is tremendously wrong and false. I can demonstrate the fact that
from the bottom up of my heart, I want to thank you very much. But I'm being told top down that we have to wrap it up.
So let me conclude I think what is best articulated in terms of what we need to think about going forward is what the great poet John Donne laid out. No man is an island. Every man is a piece of the continent, a part of the main. If a clod were to be washed away, Europe is the less. Or if a promontory were washed away, or a manor of thy friends, or a manor of thine own. Every man's death diminishes me because I am part of mankind. Do not send to know for whom the bell tolls, it tolls for thee.
Thank you very much.
Fantastic.
I want to thank you all very much, and I want to thank and congratulate the World Academy of Arts and Science on its 65th anniversary. And thanks very much to President Gary Jacobs and all of his team for being so kind and bearing with us in this rather exciting session as we now move forward, hopefully, to solutions. So thank you all very much.
One thing I would say, though, is, I was given 3 minutes at the end. These kinds of panels, I hate to be upfront and how do I put it? They need to be better managed.
Mea culpa. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Goodbye. See you later.
Thank you.
Just waiting for Masamba to join. And then let's go.
Sure.
Hi, Gary. Hi, Stephen. Hi, Joe.
Hi, Ketan. Hi, Gary. Hi, Joe.
Hi, Steve.
Hi, team.
Joe, hi.
Hi, everyone. Nice to see you.
Good to see you.
Stephen, sorry to have missed you in Wales as well. Hope it all went well.
Well, thanks very much. We had a great day for the public program. So we hope to be able to release some of that on video soon. So maybe you can catch some of it that way.
Yeah, I'd love to. That'd be great. Thanks.
Gary, I assume we don't go live until we have Masamba. Is that right? Or are we live already? Do you know?
We are live.
That's great. So why don't I kick off?
Yeah, please do. Please do.
Thank you very much for joining. This session covers the root causes and deep drivers of global social turbulence. So I welcome you to what promises to be a highly informative panel on the root causes of the human and planetary condition we find ourselves in. The panel is the subject also of a thought piece prepared for the launch of this conference. I'll therefore briefly present that. I'll try and keep it very brief so that we have ample time to hear from what are a superb set of insightful panelists. Let me just put that up. So the conference paper was authored by Gary Jacobs and myself. It covers the sources and solutions for global turbulence. It's quite wide-ranging, and I feel very privileged to have worked with Gary on it. The contours that are the backdrop of the work we're doing are the following. Today's rapidly changing world. So the accelerated disintegration of the current world order, advancing and dangerous as it is, world issues that require urgent attention, but do not have the leadership or the resources allocated. World splitting, unfortunately, into nations with might and those without might, a much more predatory and difficult world. America feeling that it is time for it to extract value from the world rather than lead or collaborate on global challenges. Allies, therefore, becoming counterparties with extreme rivalry rising and competition. American might and vulnerabilities yet to be tested, but no doubt will be in the time ahead. And the world letting itself much more to spheres of influence and webs of new alliances. Wars remaining unsolved with solutions set to potentially heighten future conflict because they don't necessarily address the root causes of the conflict. Economic inequality is a key driver of populism and extreme governments and forms of government, with migration as providing the fuel, and technology supremacy becoming central to military and economic power, which only a few nations can afford to play at. So this is quite a different world from the world that we thought we were living in only a short while ago. In the paper, we point to essentially three types of failures or root causes and drivers: economic, environmental, and social failures, peace and security failures, and scientific and technological failures. This panel will explore these in much more detail, but essentially, if I run through them very briefly, the economic, environmental, and social failures are essentially ones that are to do with the inequality of growth, the provision of basic needs leading to a crisis of those, fractured societies between those that have and those that don't have, and profit being prioritized over planet. The peace and security failures are about the weakness of our democracies today and other forms of government, particularly democracies, outsource security, an attack on truth, leading to various forms of post-truth communities, societies, and world orders, potentially. Justice denied without reconciliation, past wounds simply are the fuel for future conflicts. And on the scientific and technological failures, despite the massive advances in science and technology, we have runaway innovation, technology as a weapon rather than a tool, unequal access and disparities where some parts of the world haven't yet, it seems, even begun to participate in technological advances that have characterized the last 2 centuries or 3. and those that are so advanced they're pushing at the boundaries. And then global division, fragmented efforts to tackle the shared risks, but very fragmented. That was as brief as I could make it so we could actually enjoy the fruits of the talent that we have on this panel. And I'm delighted to introduce that panel and in the following way. In the big picture, societal development over a long time series is clearly advanced with rules of law, human rights, multilateralism, and the establishment of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. It just seems that in the last decade we've regressed, and today we seem to have lost that truth and the rigor of science and technology and the analytic approach. Our leaders seem to have lost the moral right to lead, and we seem to have lost, therefore, limits to behavior that we impose on each other and agreed only a short while ago, post the last Great War. And as a result, we lose the sanctity of borders, the rules of engagement, and the effectiveness of multilateral institutions. And this leads us to, no doubt, a far more brutal world. We know that all action has consequence, and we're currently storing up consequences, karma, one might say. So we're going to hear from this great panel, and I will introduce each one and then pose the question that each of them will address themselves to. I'll ask each panelist to do it briefly because it would be good to talk to each other and not simply give the speeches. Masamba Theo is currently acting as a principal advisor for several UN-led organizations, including the UNFCCC Secretariat and the Global Carbon Council. He's focused his career on policy, rules, incentives, and he was the founder of the UN Change Global Initiative Innovation Hub, and he retired from the UNFCCC Secretariat recently. Joe Nurse has held senior roles within the UK government, the UN and the Commonwealth, and is currently advancing a strategic plan to address existential security threats, which she defines very broadly, and is a partner of the World Academy of Art and Science in this endeavour. Professor Stephen Hartman is the founding executive director of the Bridges Coalition and in UNESCO's management of social transformations, and has an enormous effort on the transformation also of education, and is part of the institute set up by Anne Wrigley at ASU. My key question I would like to, and Gary Jacobs, sorry, needs no introduction, I'm sure. Gary is the president and leads of the World Academy of Art and Science and has led this effort for us to all come together to have this discussion. The key question I'd like to pose, and I'd like to begin with Gary, is from your experience and expertise, Gary, help us make sense of the root causes and deep drivers of the turbulence that we're experiencing in the world across so many fields: political, military, economic, technological, social, cultural, and ecological. Very briefly, please, Gary. Sorry, Gary, you're on mute, I think.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sure.
I think that's a long list, and some of them have been touched on already, and so I don't want to repeat the ones that have already been discussed either in the plenary or in the session we just had. But I'd like to mention some perspectives that I hope will add on to this and be complemented by others. One of them is I think what we're seeing now is a revolt against the rapid pace of social evolution. I talked about it as the stress generated by that rapid pace. But I think we're also seeing a backlash against the positive initiatives that have taken place. An example would be the values adopted in Agenda 2030. We managed to get 193 countries to come together and a consensus on it, but that didn't mean that there was total buy-in from the world. When we adopted goals for addressing climate change, even if it meant working out the fossil fuels, that didn't mean that everybody in the world or every country in the world or all powers in the world were behind it. And I think this is a natural sequence we've seen in the past when, for example, we had the French Revolution, and a decade later it turned into a new type of empire instead of democracy, is an example. There are many. We had women's rights adopted in the US, 1922. My grandmother was a suffragette for women's rights. But we see even 100 years later that there are portions of the population that still resist to it. Even 150 years after the end of the Civil War, we see backlash from parts of the population that never bought into it. And I think when the sense of that forward progress becomes very intense, it also leads to a mobilization of the forces that really don't want to see that happen. And therefore, the speed of change is not only creating stress to adapt, but it's also raising resistance that feels this is the last chance we have to set up and speak out and stop this. And I think we're seeing this in the US very markedly today. A second cause is the end of the Cold War, which is a big subject in itself, led to some marvelous achievements and breakthroughs and rapid progress in many respects. But it also left a vacuum, a power vacuum. And that power vacuum could have been closed by, say, the dissolution of NATO, for argument's sake, or a really global cooperative system. But instead of that, those that had the advantage on the power said, why should we talk about sharing it now? And in fact, this has led to an aggravation of the issues that weren't addressed effectively at the end of the Cold War. A third area which is, fortunately for us, most of these topics are going to come back for discussion in other sessions because none of them can be done given due attention in this. And Ketan, tell me how much time I have so I don't.
2 more minutes.
I was thinking I was going to be at the end of the session, not at the beginning, but that's.
I would have been happy to do that. You have 2 more minutes and I will bring you in back at the end.
Good. Please do, happily. I think one of the issues we really need to grapple with is the phenomenon of social power, which ironically is never addressed even in our economic theory. We teach doctrine it came out in the last session as well in a different way. We teach theory, economic theory of how the world works, or political theory about how a democracy works, and usually ignore the elephant that's in the room, and that is how power is being driven not by what the law says, not by what the systems or the theories say, but by really who has the power. And we've seen a tremendous expansion of the power of money in global society, the power of money even in democracy, which is tending more and more to plutocracy and more resembling what we knew in Eastern Europe during the Cold War and all. So these are trends that really we need to take note of, and academically, intellectually, these need to be at the top of the agenda of the intellectuals rather than being brushed under the surface by theories like shareholder profit and things like that. And I'll just mention a couple of others and stop there. After the end of the Cold War, we've had a globalization of finance and a power of finance moving beyond the nation states and the power of the nation states. We've had a globalization of corporations in an unprecedented way. That's 1 minute left. You mentioned, Ketan and others have mentioned the economic inequality and the corporatization of the media, I think are among those that are of central importance.
Thank you, Gary. Thank you for those insights. Masamba, I'm going to bring it to you because I know that you continue to be very committed and dedicated to the climate cause, and you see around the world how publics and their governments are withdrawing many of the initiatives that they backed on climate. What do you see as the deep drivers and the causes that are leading us to this place?
Thank you, Ketan, and very pleased to have the opportunity to contribute to this very important panel. So for me, the root cause of the global social turbulence is the inner development crisis that gave rise to critical civilizational flows. It has 5 interlinked, systemic, and often mutually reinforcing deep drivers arising from these civilizational flows, and it manifests itself through widespread protest, polarization, migration crises, authoritarian resurgence, and socioeconomic unrest. Now, the global inner development crisis is a widespread systemic shortfall in the psychological, emotional, moral, and spiritual maturity that is needed to address the complex challenges of our time: climate change, loss of biodiversity, land degradation, and consumption of natural resources beyond planetary boundaries, inequalities, polarization. All these things, we do not have the tool, the spiritual maturity to face them. And it is the inner dimension of the outer crisis that is what I call global inner development crisis. And it manifests itself through several elements. One first element is that aspect of inner development, such as self-awareness and self-regulation, are increasingly rare. The world is experiencing widespread emotional reactivity, impulsiveness, ego-driven behavior, and the inability to manage stress, particularly among leaders. And there is an over-identification of citizens with consumption, status, or identity role instead of a grounded self-understanding. So for both leaders and citizens, there is a poor mental health, burnout, and internal fragmentation. In addition, the world is displaying a generational decrease in empathy, a rise in narcissism, and an emotional numbness. And there are demonstrations of inability or unwillingness to feel or act on the suffering of others, as well as a desensitization to violence, inequality, or planetary destruction, probably due to overwhelm or habituation. We can also observe a rise in loneliness, isolation, and lack of genuine connection, is despite digital hyperconnectivity. There is a loss of meaning and purpose, especially among youth and urban population. And people's behavior reflect a moral confusion and ethical relativism. And when it comes to the ecosystem breakout and climate change, the reason are that humans are more and more disconnected from nature. They are seeking independence and competition rather than interdependence and collaboration. And the big challenge, like climate and sustainability, can only be addressed through radical collaboration. But we are facing serious challenge and difficulties to collaborate both among nations and within nations. The world leadership has demonstrated underdeveloped system thinking and wisdom capacity. It has difficulties navigating complexity, uncertainty, and paradox displaying binary thinking, promoting a blame culture, and a simplistic solution to deep systemic problems. They see the world as a zero-sum game. We will necessarily have winner and loser, and they are therefore unable to conciliate divergent interest and balance short-term demand with long-term flourishing. And the collective narrative and share value have collapsed. So it means that the global social turbulence is not just a doing crisis, it is also a being crisis. So the inner development crisis is not just psychological, it is civilizational. Our outer crises reflect a collective immaturity of consciousness, a deep civilizational flow, which prioritize control over care, consumption over communion, speed over depth, and have led to societies that are characterized by extractive economic paradigm, unsustainable value system, and inadequate global governance with a lack of effective multilateralism and planetary stewardship. Now, arising from this civilizational flow, there are the 5 interlinked, systemic, and often mutually reinforcing deep driver of this global social turbulence. They are the structural inequality and economic dislocation, an environmental and climate disruption, political disempowerment and governance deficit, cultural fracture and identity politics, and technological disruption and information disorder. So I will stop there and probably will come to elaborate on this element later on.
Masamba, thank you, because you went straight from the technical drivers to the deep spiritual underlyings and psychological underlyings of our dilemmas. Thank you very much. I was going to come straight to Joe, and but I'm tempted, Joe, if you don't mind, I'm going to come to Stephen, because Stephen, this I imagine resonates very much with you, and you have your own profound reflections on the condition and what drove us here. Do you mind sharing those with us, please?
Yes, I'm happy to, and let me once again congratulate the World Academy of Art and Science on organizing this conference. It's really much needed, and I'm expecting that this is going to have some significant outcomes. So thanks very much to the whole team at WAAS. Yeah, I think if I were to think about the question that you began with, about from my experience, let's say, or area of expertise, how can we begin to make sense of the deep drivers of turbulence that we're experiencing? I would say there are, of course, numerous, but if I were to pinpoint one of them I would say is a certain lack of inclusion and agency for too many people in the world population. And I would say as well that this translates as well into a lack of visibility, lack of empowerment, lack of freedom, and therefore is based on an underlying disenfranchisement that I think also is part of the crisis of multilateralism, I would suggest. So I would like to suggest that, in addressing some of these root causes and deep drivers, that we consider a few ideas. One of them is that we develop greater humility, less hubris about our starting point for thinking about what solutions should be, and how representative our own point of view may be when thinking about potential solutions, as well intended as they may possibly be. And I would go beyond that to maybe suggest that we avoid the risks of overconfident essentialism and universalism, because these tend too often to perpetuate power dynamics that reproduce asymmetrical conditions of participation in the world, participation of individuals, groups, sectors, geographies, cultures. So to move beyond what we shouldn't do, or what I think we ought to try to avoid, to what maybe we need to do more, and we need to be thinking more proactively for, I would say that we need to be feeding processes that build agency and empowerment on terms that none but the most exploitative interests can be anticipated to oppose. Processes, in other words, that cut across lines of ideological or political occupation, by which individuals and groups who feel equally left behind may be too easily provoked and incited to engage against one another while none of them, or most of them, but virtually none of them, are ultimately responsible for creating, shaping, or perpetuating the conditions that they may find themselves in terms of a feeling of desperation, desperate passivity, desperate under the forces of coercion, or desperate at their own invisibility, or lack of a sort of political voice. So beyond that, and I'll rely on you, Ketan, to put a finger up when I'm getting close.
Will, don't worry. Keep going.
Beyond that, I'd like to suggest that we think about, again, thinking more proactively, feeding the tree of human capacities. That is care, love, peace, dignity, knowledge, imagination, and ingenuity, among others. These capacities to enable human flourishing at all possible scales. Because we cannot have something working at a certain scale and it's failing at another scale. These things are going to come into direct conflict with one another and bog down efforts to sort of create a salutary development. So I would say that we do this by feeding the tree of human capacities, by nursing the neglected and dying branches and restoring their vitality. And remembering as well that these branches are also the very structures through which different disenfranchised groups, different forgotten, invisible groups participate reciprocally in the flourishing of the entire tree.
Wonderful.
And I would also suggest that we always remember that tree, if we think about it, the tree of of humanity, is but one in a forest of planetary life. The biosphere on which we all depend, all species, all ecosystems, everything depends. If without that, I don't even want to think about it, but we're forced to think about it.
Thank you.
So I can pause there.
I'm going to come back to you. I hope we'll have enough time to come back to all of you. Joe, you can see where this is going relative to where one might have imagined. And I'm so happy that it's going in that direction. Joe, you've dealt with existential risk and dedicated this phase of your life to considering what it is and its implications. Draw on that experience, please, and point us to your insights on the causes, the deep roots of how we got here.
Thank you. So firstly, just a big thank you. I think this is a really significant milestone in humanity's existence ultimately, and WAAS can play a really pivotal role, I think, in terms of generating solutions going forward. If we actually look at the situation that we're in today, we can see, and we've heard described already this in these first sessions, the multitude of complex and interacting challenges that ultimately contribute to the risks for our very existence, whether they're planetary through the planetary emergency, especially with tipping points, through the risk of further pandemics, the continued threat of wars, especially nuclear threats, and the challenges of AI. And all of these combined are creating significant threats for the very survival of humanity. So how do we respond as humans? We're scared. We're feeling fearful. We're feeling very insecure. How do we identify and address those root causes as well? Much of what we've heard in these first sessions can be described as symptoms, ultimately, for this global turbulence. Are there kind of common aspects, root causes that we can identify? Certainly what we've heard from the Interaction Council, from leaders, the experience of leaders, and much of what we've heard of today so far is about the failing of leadership, the failing of our leaders and the failing of our leadership systems, our governance, and multilateral systems. So if we focus particularly on kind of those as root causes, it helps us then to identify solutions. So ultimately, we need to really, what's the purpose of identifying root causes? This is part of the challenge, I think, of these sessions. It's not just to describe them further, it's so that we can understand them and actually take action. And ideally, it's not just taking action on the initial symptoms. It's about having a deep understanding so that we can actually prevent some of these many factors happening in terms of the existence, for example, of humanity, and ensuring our very survival going forward. So, and identifying what can be described as upstream solutions. So firstly, if we identify then that a failing of leadership is one of the kind of key root causes, and the kind of the play out of that as a set of symptoms in terms of the global turbulence that we're feeling. So we can look at the pandemic, for example, because that was a very visible play out of many of the root causes in terms of identifying fear and insecurity as key drivers for what actually happened in the pandemic and the failings of the leadership that happened, and the impacts that we are still feeling today and the patterns that are being repeated. We're only human, okay? And as humans, we've evolved from animals. So we're responding as animals to fear and insecurity, ultimately. And if you look at our physiological responses, our emotional and stress responses to threats, they play out a very familiar pattern. You have a fright that causes a freeze in response, then flight, fight, and fawning. This is a repeated pattern that's seen in animals and humans. We saw this being played out with the pandemic, for example. Big fright in terms of the pandemic. We went into major denial about that. That can be seen as a sort of collective freezing reaction. Then there was absolute chaos when we actually realized what the impact was. That's like a flight reaction. And then there was an uprise of populism, nationalism. That can be seen as the fight, the protective instinct. And then fawn. This is often a new addition to the understanding of this. It's a small deer or something actually just pretending dead. Basically, when you have a strong leader or strong leadership, you withdraw, you fawn in response. So you could see this being played out with the leaders. And ultimately, because of the size of the threat, whole populations were responding like this. And this has allowed the emergence of dominant, powerful leaders who don't always have our best interests at heart. If you actually look at the purpose of leadership from an evolutionary perspective, including animals and across the history of humanity, the evolution of leadership is all about ensuring security and coordinating the activities of a group. Those are the key fundamentals of what leadership is about. And what we've seen from an evolutionary perspective of leadership is that there are three main patterns that have been identified in animals and also in humans. So when a population feels under threat, you want a big chief to stand up and protect you. You want an army. It's quite an instinct. So this is what happened ultimately in the pandemic and then in the global turbulence that we're seeing. We're voting in the big leader, the big chief, because we feel that those leaders will protect us because we feel insecure. But let's look at the other types of leadership that we've seen across centuries. Okay, it's essentially knowledge leaders, experts. That tends to be more dispersed leadership forms, and much of our democracy is based on kind of knowledge-based leadership skills. Whilst the other kind of key dominant form of leadership is values-based leadership, and values are really essential where we don't know where we're going, but we need a moral compass. So in summary, I think leadership and leadership infrastructure are really key to addressing root causes. So we need to get the infrastructure right. We need to ensure that we set up governance structures to address those. I can talk more later, hopefully. And we need to strengthen our leadership. We need to actually say, what type of leaders do we need to address these complex challenges and actually provide them with the skills? And we've heard much today also, as well, about some of the soft skills that we need. We need the science and the art. We need strategic thinking, planning, so we deal with that fear state effectively, but we also need the soft artistic skills for collaboration and communication. I'm probably done now for
Thank
this.
You, Joe. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
There's developing a consensus amongst you in some ways about what the root causes are, and they come back to the individual and that individual's sense of awareness or being. I'm going to ask Masamba you to begin this. How do you address, though, the fact that the world today has leaders with great power who've decided to extract from others? They are, as you said, perhaps unaware of themselves, perhaps egotistical, perhaps predatory, but that's what they've chosen to do. And those that without the power are not able to fight back. So what is the answer? If we understand the root cause to be fear and a lack of awareness, what's the answer?
Yeah, so there are several things that need...
Sorry, we have about 10 minutes, so I need to ask each of you to keep it really short and draw on your insight and throw it out there so we have it.
So I think we need to reinvent the world and we need to reinvent ourselves. And what I mean by reinventing the world, we need to have actions that are more life-centric. And when I say life, it's all form of life, human as well as non-human. And we need to recognize the agency of nature. And we need also to have a vision-driven approach to action. Currently our actions are more reactive to solve a problem. This is good, but this is backward looking. We need it in some instances, but it has to be complemented by a more vision-driven approach where we paint the future that we would like to build and we act to get there. It's not about solving a problem, but it's more about building the future that we want. And we need to reinvent ourselves by focusing on three core values that are caring, sharing, and daring. And maybe the daring part is one of the elements that can respond to your question. Most of the time, we are setting goals based on our understanding of what is possible. If we think that it's not possible, we do not set it as a goal. And this is actually wrong. Goals need to be set based on what is needed and not based on what is perceived as possible.
Thank you. Thank you, Masamba. Stephen, would you reflect on that? Because the realist's view on might and state aggression perhaps would be that it's just a feature of political systems, that people with might use that might on other people. And it's almost their role to do so. It's logical for them to extract value from others. What is the answer to where we are today, though, where that seems to be playing out?
Well, I think part of the answer is not to buy into that narrative. And say, I think maybe that might asserts itself where the system has not been provided for enough structurally and in terms of processes to enable viable alternatives. So in one respect, I think, and I might take that a step further and just say, I agree with you that coming back to the individual is important, and thinking collectively about sort of the individual. I think I would actually identify the problem really not at the individual level, but at the system level, and where the system has gaps that simply need to be remedied, by developing a more inclusive vision, including and reality even of multilateral engagement. So by strengthening certainly intergovernmental and intragovernmental processes and structures, but at the same time creating new significant platforms for agentive participatory engagement of civil society, of academia, of local, traditional, and indigenous communities, of a number of vital sort of nodes of human knowledge and action potential that are simply not engaged, except sometimes in token ways.
Yes.
So beyond that, I would just sort of add that, this involves appreciating, I think, a wider diversity of knowledge systems and action capacities as absolutely necessary for catalyzing transformative renewal of our societies and of the Earth system. Because human activity and it can be either highly damaging or potentially rejuvenative of that Earth system. And we know which direction we need to be moving in. So I think that means putting more emphasis on how we can actually be revitalizing and renewing more inclusive, participatory, agentive, participatory structures that allow us greater voice, which I think can translate into less dissatisfaction at the mass level.
And Stephen, just a quick supplementary. At Bridges and ASU, is this what you are trying to do? You're looking for some way to create a systemic change, galvanizing the individual through education and other means?
Yeah, certainly galvanizing the individual, but also recognizing the enormous resources that are simply ignored in terms of knowledge communities, and how that is a resource we cannot afford to be ignoring. And I mean that even in the science policy process, but also in terms of then how those policies get carried into practice on the ground. There's enormous wisdom and knowledge that we can be drawing on, and we're not.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Joe, you worked with government and in government, and you understand how slowly sometimes this moves and how rapidly it's moved in other places where power has been centralized. How do you think we address this question? What is the solution to this? We're facing powerful, mighty forces How do we make systemic change?
So we make systemic change by addressing the root causes. We've identified a failing of leadership and leadership infrastructures. So we need a two-pronged approach. One is about strengthening governance mechanisms like the multilateral system to address the actual threats that we're faced with. And ultimately, we need to be strategic and have a strategic plan and plans to address those. We also need to strengthen individual leadership because the infrastructure is made up of individuals. So we need to create a new generation of leaders that actually have the right skills to address these challenges and to act as part of the transition of the type of leaders that we need for the future. So with the Interaction Council, we've already set up a board called the Existential Security Threats Board to try and model and demonstrate the type of governance that we need going forward for the future. It's an intergenerational board with young people sat at the leadership table. We have a series of plans, a plan for the planet, a plan for people, and a plan for peace. These are to start a discussion and to help provide frameworks for planetary leaders. So this is something particularly we're taking forward with the World Academy of Art and Science to actually create leaders for the future, to develop the skills that are needed. That's really instrumental. Part of this as well also is about identifying innovative and creative solutions, digital tools and solutions that already exist that can scale up action through innovation, and also to support a wider social movement. And there's ongoing discussions, and we're setting up a new arts movement under the umbrella of the World Academy of Art and Science to try and mobilize in a positive way to engage young people, to engage partners in terms of actually how do we create, how do we envisage this new world that we want to make together.
Thank you, Joe. Gary, a final word, please. We're in the last few minutes.
Very interesting discussions, really rich discussions that we can build on in the next of the sessions. I'd like to make a couple of comments building on the emphasis that Joe has been putting on fear and insecurity as key drivers, and the comment of Stephen about the need for engagement and at the lower levels and participation. And I think they're related to each other. In one way of thinking about this, I think it's complementary to what we've heard, is, the development of the SDGs was an enormous, unprecedented event in history when the leaders of the world, we talk about a failure of leadership, and I understand what we mean, but this was unprecedented leadership in bringing 193 countries agreeable on the future of humanity. It's never happened in history up until now. But I think there was a failure, and not out of intention, but the failure was we weren't able to conceive and communicate this in a language that made it clear to the rest of the world, I mean the masses in the world, that this is really for them. When we talked about 17 SDGs and we talked about carbon emissions and abstractions of all types, which made sense to the diplomats, made sense to the politicians, the policymakers, and the scientists. But I don't think we succeeded in making sense to the people as to what this means for them. And that is the rationale for the emphasis that the Academy has been taking on human security. Human security is to take the wisdom that was there in the SDGs and translate it into a language that says, this is for you, this is for people, this goes all the way down, because the SDGs really would be for everybody. But we didn't have a mechanism to communicate that, or an understanding that it's not enough that the diplomats buy into this, it's necessary that the lowest levels of society buy into it. And ironically, if you see what's happened in the US, for example, and not just the US, the lowest levels of the society have felt they're being left out. by the progressiveness of multilateralism. We didn't do a good job of making it clear that this is really for the people. It's not just, how we got extremism, polarization, and rejection of the liberal values by lower levels of the population who voted for extreme right is because the message never came down in a language that they understood it. And so I think Joe's right about the insecurity, and I think that Stephen's right about the need for the messaging and involvement. It is a question of finding out what people think down below. It's a question of communicating with them and making them understand that we have been listening in many respects, to what their fundamental needs are, ecological needs, and so forth. And we're trying to change the world. And I think that also, and I'll close with this, I think that also explains why, in the absence of that real understanding, and I'm not even blaming anybody, this change has been so dramatic in history. When have our leaders been trained to handle this crisis, to handle issues of this magnitude and changes that are going on? But I think at the same time, our leaders didn't know how to handle it, and that gave space for reactionary leadership to emerge and address. They were closer. Some of our reactionary leaders are closer to the masses, not for the good of the masses, but knowing how to appeal to their fears and their anxiety and their insecurity. They did a better job of it than those who had been really working to address those needs. So I think we really have to understand the psychology of those who feel they're going to lose their power and would say anything to win over the masses to support them, because they really feel the power of the past is being threatened. At the same time, we didn't do a good job to mobilize the masses who could benefit most by the direction we were going in.
Thank you, Gary. What a great way to draw it together. I'm going to add a final sum up and thank this panel very much for actually digging deep. I know that it is tempting to look for simple solutions, and you haven't. You've gone deep almost into your souls to find the answer and into your personal experience. And I think you very much answered the question. I think it leaves us almost saying that the problems that we have are perhaps twofold. One are internal problems, as you began, Masamba, putting us on this journey on this panel. It's an internal question. Everything we see on the outside is some reflection inside. And I think, as both Stephen and Joe echoed that in some way, the external that we're seeing as the consequence has roots that we need to solve in each of us individually and systemically now. And perhaps, drawing on what Gary said, if we revisited the UN Sustainable Development Goals, the Paris Agreement and the IPCC report, and all the other great things, human rights agreements and so on, that we've struck, but we looked at through the lens of the internal conflict that we have and shortcomings that have not been addressed, and see how they reflect on the system. And we also look at the system design. We may do it differently. We may implement differently. We may find different metrics that allow us to progress. Thank you very much for those insights. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Very good session. Very interesting session.
We actually use words like love in this session, which are wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Oh,
Hi, Thomas.
good evening. Good
It's
morning.
night,
Whatever it is.
morning.
Yeah.
I forget.
Hello, everybody. Hi, Chris.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Very nice to see you all. Chantal will be joining soon. She's a bit late to with her previous session, but she will be joining soon. And we will start on time. Chris is the first speaker. And then we will, I will make a short introduction. I will share slides. Hello, Amanda. How are you?
Hello, everybody.
Very nice to see you.
You too.
And then we will go 6 minutes each. Okay? The host will let us know when it is time to start. And it's really nice to have this slide of the session at the beginning, just to briefly introduce the session and the speakers.
Gaby, I think you can start if you want.
Excellent. So I'm very happy to be here to moderate this session on global solutions to rate the WAAS platform. This session is focusing on UNSDSN, and it would be nice if I can have the slide with the speakers of the session. Our session is really focused on understanding the SDGs, and especially the Sustainable Development Goals of UN Agenda 2030, and especially understand where we are with regards to the achievement of the SDGs, and whether the gap that we are facing in terms of achieving the SDGs is the source of the increased insecurity that we are facing worldwide. And I am extremely happy to have wonderful panelists today with me, focusing on our insecurities, but also bringing this message that there are effective ways to revive positive momentum for the completion of the SDGs in time. And our panelists are Christian Hansmeyer, Head of Research for Force for Good, Chantal Line Champendier, she's Head of Trade, Environment, Climate Change, and Sustainable Development at UNCTAD and member of WAAS Advisory Council. Amanda Ellis, former New Zealand Deputy Secretary for International Development, Senior Director ASU Global Future Laboratory, and also a trustee of WAAS. And then, of course, Professor Thomas Reiter at the Asian Institute at the University of Melbourne. And last but not least, Conrad Landis, Dr. Conrad Landis, postdoc researcher at the Athens University of Economics and Business, and also at the IFORIA Alliance of Excellence for Research and Innovation on sustainability. So let's see what I have in terms of where we are with the SDGs and also how we can make sure that we can bring our current status to a positive acceleration towards achievement of the SDGs. Now, I don't know, can you see my slides?
Not very well. It seems to be stuck in a sweep.
Okay, let me try again to share them. How about now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
Much better.
so I wanted to introduce this session with our work on innovative systems transformation, which basically brings the SDG agenda into the center of transformations and tries to make the case that it is possible to have a sustainable interaction between nature, economy, and society. And as a matter of fact, is the only way of building our future. So when we introduced the SDGs, we basically said that this is a structure that is very integrated and very holistic and brings together the biosphere, the society, and the economy. And by bringing together these three elements of our existence, we will be able to put world development on a sustainable pathway for the current generation and the future generations. And this is our blueprint for escaping the multi-crisis that we are facing: slow economic growth, shrinking fiscal spaces, no space for serious transformative investments for the governments, increasing inequalities, difficulties with population increasing in some areas and really being dangerously reduced in some other areas. And on top of all these socioeconomic crises, the climate crisis, the biodiversity collapse. So 2015, we agreed that we want to escape from this multi-crisis that leads to geopolitical pressure by understanding our world as an interactive system between the economy, the society, and nature. And not just understanding it, but really studying this interaction and using quantitative, robust frameworks that allow the development of pathways that is dynamic optimal mixture of solutions, technological solutions, financial solutions, fiscal solutions, social solutions, to get the countries away from the current crisis towards a sustainable development path. And this is exactly what the Alliance of Excellence for Research and Innovation of IFORIA is working on since '97. Even before the SDGs, we all know that there were other similar, I would claim not as holistic, but integrated in our frameworks for the sustainable development of our planet. And within this framework, we work across many countries, more than 120 countries, to first measure where we are and then analytically develop these pathways. Analytically means using mathematical models of the systems that are involved in the interaction between nature, society, and economy in order to reach the full implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. This is how we think. First, we measure in quantitative terms. We know that there are issues of some aspects of sustainable development that cannot be easily quantified, but we believe in quantification because it's an important way of communication and also an important way of having a robust basis for managing this interaction between nature, society, and economy. This is the latest Sustainable Development Solutions Network report 2025 that we launched 3 weeks ago, and it shows that only 17% of the UN Sustainable Development Goals are on track. And the colors, maybe you are becoming familiar with this report because it has been issued for quite many years now, more than a decade. We use red in order to showcase major challenges and less than 50% achievement of the goal, and this is at global scale. And we use orange to indicate achievement between 50 and 70%. And of course, significant challenges towards achieving the goal. So our performance globally is not that promising. And of course, there are very detailed indicator-based quantification per goal, per country, at different scales from global to regional to national to subnational to even institutional and corporation level. Here you see the natural systems, how they perform, the food system, the climate system, the land use system, the marine use system, the water system. And unfortunately, you see a lot of reds. But there are areas in the world that are doing a bit better than the global average, which is the European Union. You get quite a few yellows here, which is performance better than 70% of achievement of the goal. And the whole process is very detailed. The main message from this is that quantification is possible. Quantification clarifies issues. It tells you where you are. And given that you have a policy framework that identifies where you want to go, you are starting to achieve clarity with regards to what you need to do in order to reach sustainable development. Here is the downscaling to country level, and within country level, this is green. But as I told you before, we have also transposed this framework of the SDGs into corporations and companies and institution framework that again can give you a very good quantifiable information, quantified information with regards to how each unit of analysis, be it a company, be it a university, be it a ministry of a government, and so on, is performing against the SDGs. So we know where we are in terms of quantifying our performance, and we know that we are not currently doing very well. And our aim is to reduce the insecurity that is created by our not good performance with regards to achieving the SDGs. We want to reduce this insecurity by identifying ways to achieve them. How do we put our energy and effort into a structure that can actually help us improve our well-being, improve the welfare of society. This is the absolute aim, it seems to me, as a scientist. So what we say is that we know where we are through quantification, and our policy framework tells us where we want to go, our policy targets. Different regions have different policy frameworks. In Europe, we have the European Green Deal. It's a bunch of regulations and policies and laws, 150 of them since 2019, December 2019. So in less than 5 years, we have 150 new laws and regulations that actually try to transpose into a very detailed framework, the SDG framework. At the end of the day, I'm not going to go through all these regulations. I'm just going to say that at the end of the day, we know where we are, and we have also agreed and made a legal framework out of it with regards to where we want to go. So we can try to create, develop the pathways that we need to follow in order to close the gap. It's possible. As a scientist, I can tell you that it is possible. And let me give you very quickly a snapshot of an instrument that tries to do that. The SDSN Global Climate Hub that is now signing an MOU with UNFCCC. It's the analytical framework in which we develop pathways for systems transformation that will get us to climate neutrality and climate resilience. We apply this instrument in each and every country. And basically, it's not just about climate, it's about bringing the system of climate, the energy system, the transport system, the land use system, the marine use system, the health system, the innovation system, and the socioeconomic systems into interactive, analytical solutions over time and space that allow explicit guidance to what needs to be done in each system in order to reach climate neutrality and climate resilience, and while implementing all the other sustainable goals by 2050. And in order to do that, we have an interdisciplinary mathematical modeling framework, but which functions simultaneously and in total interaction with a transdisciplinary framework where the stakeholders of a society and of an economy are brought into the conversations of co-designing. So it's not just the analytical scientific solutions, it's also the views, the preferences, the fears, the vision, the aspiration of the people who need to own these dynamic pathways, because these are the people who are going to implement them after they are designed. And the whole thing is saved in an open access platform that brings together all the data, all the models, and also makes available through open access and freely provided training tools like digital twins and visualization dashboards and decision support systems that allow stakeholders to engage in understanding the pathways. In closing this introduction with one solution that I hope feels promising, let me just say that we introduce the two reports, the European level report of climate neutrality pathways in Europe at the UN Seville conference, and then we have one for each and every country in Europe. And why Seville conference? Because it does not only tell you what to do, but also identifies the way to finance the pathways, which is crucial. So our solutions basically give you the simulated changes that need to happen in your country in order to bring all these systems into a state of dynamic interaction that will achieve climate neutrality. I will finish with very quick results, just saying that in 2050, energy consumption, if we implement the climate law and the relevant energy laws of Europe, energy consumption will drop by 25%, energy supply will increase by 30%, the energy mix will transform away from fossil fuels, and also not only we can articulate what happens in each and every country, what should happen in each and every country with regards to energy production and energy use, but also integrate all other systems here. So when we're talking about energy, we are also including agriculture, forestry, transport, and so on, all the other systems. And we also identify the optimal energy corridors, how we import energy if we don't produce enough, what is the optimal amount of export if we produce more. And we have the results for each and every other system, the food and land use system, where we predict major land use changes, and also the ways to finance all of this through fiscal financing, but also private financing. And I will just finish with this tool that is a catalog of sources and instruments that is easy to navigate and includes 57 sources, 78 instruments, and 169 best practices for finances these climate neutrality and climate resilience pathways. So I will stop here and just say that there is hope. There is a lot of hope from science, but also a lot of hope from transdisciplinary effort to engage the stakeholders. Let's see if the other speakers are also in that mode of being hopeful. Our next speaker is Chris from Force for Good. They have been doing amazing, extensive work on how to close the financing gap for the SDGs, what are the right investments, what are the areas that could help us accelerate the transition to sustainability. Chris, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Phoebe. And I just want to start, first of all, by saying thank you to the WAAS organizers for hosting this important event and for inviting me to participate. Very much looking forward to this discussion. Phoebe asked a very interesting question at the beginning, which was whether the lack of progress on the SDGs was contributing to the current multi-crisis. And I think, unfortunately, the answer to that question is very much yes. But I think it's worse than that, because the polycrisis is exacerbating the lack of progress on the SDGs as well. So there is very much a vicious circle that's happening in the world. And so I'll just share my screen here briefly for a couple of slides. I think the world up until about 2020 was making real, if slow, progress on a number of SDGs, not in all places, not at consistent speeds, but there was real progress being made on some of the structural SDGs, particularly relating to hunger and poverty. And that progress has very much in most parts of the world been thrown out the window due to the pandemic and then the subsequent economic crisis, the subsequent energy crisis, the security crisis, the political crisis that we're living through right now. And this is actually the last year's version of the dashboard that Phoebe put up. The picture last year was very much the same as this year. Phoebe also mentioned one of the statistics that 17% of the underlying targets are on track. The corollary of that 17% is that 50% of the underlying targets are moderately to severely off track, and that 30% of targets are actually regressing. So the world is actually losing some of the progress that we have made in the first couple of decades, in the first years of the SDGs, and we're now heading to a world where no country in the world is currently on track to meet the SDGs by their 2030 deadline. The European Union countries are far ahead in terms of sustainable development, but their progress is achingly slow in most cases. So they will not, at current rates, hit the SDGs until later this century. And while Asian countries, and particularly South and Southeast Asian countries, are developing much more quickly, the gap that they need to close is so large that they also won't be able to meet the SDGs before the middle of the century. That issue is exacerbated in places like sub-Saharan Africa and small island developing states, where at current rates of progress, the SDGs won't be hit this century. So it's very clear that the world is going to need to adopt very different approaches to the ones that they've been adopting in the past in order to meet the goals. And one of the biggest challenges that the world faces, of course, is one of financing. So there have been several attempts periodically to try to calculate what the annual SDG financing gap is, usually looking at a subset of goals or at a subset of countries. And the figures that often come up are sort of in the $3 to $4 trillion annual funding gap range. What we have found in our research, though, is that if we fully factor in the cost of funding net zero and climate change, including the investments that are needed in the developed world, that we add several trillion dollars to that cost. And if we actually factor in the economic cost in terms of creating economic prosperity as part of the SDGs, so creating real financial inclusion and creating an asset base and capital formation in the developing world, again adds trillions of dollars. And that, together with the impact of underfunding, the rolled over cost from past years, and inflation, means that the actual funding gap is closer to $15 trillion rather than 5. Now, the good news is that there is more than enough capital in the world to fund this. There's approximately $650 trillion of assets in the world. The challenge is, though, that these assets are allocated for certain uses, right? They belong to households and governments, and they represent people's mortgages, and they represent healthcare payments and social programs and retirement income. And these assets are invested with fiduciaries at certain rates of return that they need in order to meet their objectives. So they're not necessarily available to fund sustainable development. So the challenge for the goals is that this capital doesn't fund or flow to development needs, it does flow to development solutions. So the only way that the SDGs are going to get solved is if we can identify a series of high impact, commercially feasible, technologically mature, and scalable solutions that can be deployed globally that will have a material impact on the SDGs and start catalyzing further progress. Our research has identified 9 such solution sets. They span, some of them are policy related, some of them are financial related, some of them are technology related, and I'm not going to go into each one of the 9 now, but they include things like universal telecom broadband connectivity powered with AI, or accelerating the energy transition and the move to net zero, or digital mass financial inclusion. So using digital technologies to properly financially include all individuals. And what we have found is that if these solutions can be scaled and deployed globally, the impact on the SDGs would be absolutely transformative. The 2 most impactful ones, so the energy transition and universal connectivity with AI, could could approximately solve for 25% of the goal's underlying targets if fully implemented. But even the other ones will solve anywhere between 10 to 7%. And what we have found is that if you could scale and deploy all of these, even allowing for the overlap between some of these solutions, that we could achieve approximately 90% of the SDGs by implementing these 10 solutions globally. Now, we say just, but just is obviously a tricky word here, because implementing just one of these solutions, let alone 9 or 10, is a huge task, and it's a multi-stakeholder effort. So it requires solution owners to contribute IP and technology. It requires capital, both private and public. It requires governments for capacity building and for policy frameworks that are conducive for the deployment of solutions. And it requires civil society as an implementation partner for scaling. So, although it's a tall order, I think these solutions are the best bet that the world has to reigniting the sustainable development agenda that we need to break out of the policy crisis. And because we have identified sufficient number of solutions, and there are probably many, many more, and there's growing awareness around them, I am cautiously optimistic or hopeful, as Phoebe said, around our ability to meet the SDGs. It's not going to happen by 2030, but we can certainly make up for much of the lost time. I'll leave it at that and hand it back to Phoebe. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. And in order to implement those solutions, I would add that we need, first of all, awareness of the transformation that is needed, and then very explicit and detailed recommendations on the actual transformation. It's such a difficult job to be done. It's not easy. It's data hectic, science hectic, and importantly, in order to truly engage the stakeholders, you really need to invest seriously in upskilling and reskilling them. Seriously invest, work with them continuously for a couple of years. It's something that we're doing on the ground, and it's indeed very intense and not easy. No big transformation has happened easily. This one will not happen in an easy way, but we need to try, and we need to be consistent and persistent. Thank you, Chris. Very interesting result. And I'm going to move forward to Dr. Carpentier. She's head of Trade, Environment, Climate Change, and Sustainable Development branch of the UN Conference of Trade and Development, which is a division of international trade and commodities. And I am very happy to have her here because she's so knowledgeable with so rich experience that she can really give us a very enlightening information. So, Shanda, what policies do you think are needed to advance foreign direct investment and finance climate action, finance SDGs? What do we need to restructure in the global financial architecture to get the funding that is needed?
Well, thank you, Phoebe, and thank you for the introduction you provided and for Chris' presentation, which will make my job much easier. I will answer your question, and I'll take an angle from trade. You will not be surprised given where I work, but also answer your question in terms of the finance. So just to complete what Chris was saying and what you were saying, more than 30 developing countries did not have a single utility-size international investment project in renewable, including 11 NDCs up to this year. So that means there are 30 countries completely left behind in their energy transition. And this is at the same time that 685 million people still lack access to electricity. So for them, it's still a luxury. And so it shows a gap, but an urgent need to climate-aligned investment, but also an opportunity. And basically, just a few more stats, because I think they are important. You mentioned the data being important. We basically, investment in developing countries actually drop from a quarter to a third across infrastructure, renewable energy, water and sanitation, and agri-food. So the areas that are the most important for the transition: water and sanitation, renewable energy, agri-food system. The first two by 30%, agri-food system by 19%. And basically, only the health sector saw growth in 2024, and this from a very small base. And this is in the context of a lot of trade uncertainty that we expect will be reducing trade flows, and that means also investment flows by up to 10%, given the current trade geopolitics. And this is happening at the same time that unprecedented cut in international aid is going on. So basically, 2% reduction last year and up to a decline of 17 to 20% this year is expected in development aid for those countries. So you've been talking, Chris, about the help that these countries need, and actually we're decreasing the help that is going to them. The capacity building, these technologies that need to be affordable to them, it's increasingly not possible. And this is also at a time when 3.4 billion people live in these countries where their governments spend more on servicing their debt than on health or education. And so basically, and most of the aid that they're actually getting is on loan, adding to their debt distress. So there's really a need to address these issues. And as I said, I'll take the trade angle, because as aid is decreasing, trade is actually one of the largest source of revenue for these countries. And both of you have mentioned very well that these countries actually need to have sustainable trade and low carbon economic diversification to support the policies that you mentioned in the transition. They need to have access to these markets. And the key sectors, including renewable energy, sustainable agriculture, blue economy, forestry, ecotourism, circular bioeconomy, hold enormous potential for these countries. And not only for climate mitigation and resilience, but also for driving inclusive economic growth and creating jobs. So this is something that is a win-win, and we need to work on these issues. We also did a study that looked at the old supply chain for renewable energy, including, in this case, solar and wind, amongst developing countries. And so from a trade perspective, what is it that developing countries can do? Well, one is to look at their average tariff. So in Asia and Oceania, the average tariff on wind and solar is 2.5%. In Africa, it's 7.1%. And then you add to that non-tariff border measures, and you add an additional 0.4 to 0.7%. So developing countries through South-South trade and cooperation have an opportunity to actually move up the supply chain in terms of producing their own grown renewable energy, but that needs to be looking at their trade policies, while managing, of course, trade-off between the tariff revenues, import costs, and infant industry protection. Then in the ocean economy, there's huge opportunities, and we just started working on the launch of the UN Global Seaweed Initiative, which stands a lot of opportunity for developing countries. I'm not going to go in that right now, but that's another area where there's a lot of potential. And to realize these potential requires targeted support, and both of you have already mentioned that. They need access to affordable green technologies, resilient infrastructure, and capacity to develop current regulatory investment framework. And that means capacitated civil servant that can actually put in place these very complex policies that are needed to manage the co-benefits and the trade-off amongst the SDGs. And of course, these frameworks need to be inclusive and leave no one behind, such as women, indigenous people, small, medium enterprises, and others. So to capture this opportunity, what we offer at UNCTAD is basically a guide for policymakers to leverage trade in their NDCs by building and providing support to developing countries along their whole supply chain, and to leverage the transition for their own NDCs, but also for additional diversification and market access that can give them the revenue to invest more in their SDGs these tough times. The right policies and partnership to do this are very important, as you both mentioned. So I'm not going to go into detail, except that there's quite a bit that could be done in terms of tariffs and non-tariffs. In terms of SDG, to increase the flow of capital and the flow of investment in these SDGs, taking SDG 7, for example, we need to ensure that policy design enable the deployment of renewable infrastructure and does not exacerbate inequalities. And instead, it needs to bring affordable, sustainable energy to underserved population. And that adds another layer of the complexity to what, Chris, you were mentioning. So some ways to get to it. So leverage the potential for renewable energy sources as a key factor to attract FDI. This can be done through a new free economic zone, which we're working on with the BIGFIT, the Baku Initiative on Climate Finance Investment for Trade. And then use the revenue to basically invest in more bankable projects. Technical support for sustainable finance to close the climate investment gap is absolutely needed. And knowledge sharing in green policies, partly through South-South cooperation, are needed. Clean technology innovation access must be enhanced. We need to stop talking about transfer of technology on mutually agreed term, which is in every UN document, and instead talk about which technology appears in these NDCs and who owns these technologies, and bring the stakeholder to the table and basically broker a deal so that actually it's a win-win, that those that have the technologies have access to new market, but those developing countries that need these technologies actually can afford them. And then you mentioned in terms of the finance side, we need to reduce the cost of capital for these countries. That can be up to 2 or 3 times higher for Africa, for instances. How can this be done? Better use of national development banks, recapitalization of our multilateral development banks so they can actually offer some very targeted guarantees and basically investment in the infrastructure that is needed to crowd in the private sector. And on the trade side, reduce the trade barriers and align incentive and trade policies with the NDCs, as I mentioned. And then basically keep these markets open for developing countries that they're facing very large headwinds right now. And for that, global cooperation, investment, and co-creation are needed. You can't just transfer a technology or a policy, as you mentioned, Phoebe. We need to work together to do that. And to ensure that these countries can transition to low carbon economies, because basically if they don't, none of us is actually meeting our Paris Agreement. So I'll stop here.
Thank you very much. It's really interesting, and it brings together so many angles. Would you agree that yes, we need to restructure the global financial architecture? We need also, I think, this is me talking, not you, to revising how we rate the ability of countries to borrow. We need to bring into the NDCs also some additional sometimes knowledge, because sometimes they don't have the optimal mixture of solutions there. But like Chris said, and like you hinged upon, there are every year, this is me saying that, but Chris referred to the total amount of the savings that are sitting there and are looking for interesting investments. Every year we have something around 30 trillion in savings. Sitting there, trying to find interesting investments. And of course, many of these investments are in the global south, are in the emerging economies, the developing world. However, this risk of these countries is basically translated into this non-institutional robustness. Institutions sometimes are weak. How do we go in and help the creation of robust institutions so that we make sure that whatever money we achieve to fuel down these countries are really used in the best possible way. And this is not only an issue of the developing world, it's also relevant for the developed world and even the in Europe. So my main worry with my work in the multilateral world is that even though we achieve restructuring of the global financial architecture, we need to be very aware of the fact that institutions in the local solutions, the institutions that will implement, the local institutions that will be called in to implement, need to be very robust.
Could I just quickly, maybe just give one example, Phoebe. I come from Quebec, and Quebec basically has workers' funds. And these workers' funds are basically not managed by the investment companies. They're managed by 80% of it is managed by the workers' fund itself. And its mandate is to create jobs because you're workers. You want your saving to be invested in creating decent job where you work, but increasingly also in developing countries. And also with an environmental and social mandate in these. And yet that's not a model that is taken across the world. It's the opposite. 80% of the money of the labor's savings is invested by big investment firms that don't have a mandate to actually deliver more decent job for the workers. So maybe that's just one of them, but I'm sure the other speakers might have other example as well.
A very telling example. Thank you very much. Let me move to our next speakers. The next one is Professor Amanda Ellis. She's she's a very experienced person in the multilateral world, UN ambassador, executive director of Asian Pacific Global Institute of Sustainability and Innovation, and many long CV that brings together the scientific knowledge and also the actual experience with the people. Amanda every day has a meeting with the actual stakeholders and mobilizes things. It's amazing what she does. So Amanda, how can deeper engagement with the sustainable development goals from businesses, the civil society, the local governments can promote greater human security?
Thank you so much, Phoebe. Such a pleasure to be here with you and all the other brilliant panelists, and thank you to WAAS. Ban Ki-moon, when he announced the Sustainable Development Goals, called them a to-do list for people and planet. And I think your point is spot on. We are having a crisis of nation states right now, and we need to be looking to civil society, to business, and to local government to implement the Sustainable Development Goals. Now, the social contract between the world leaders and the people was another dimension, very explicit dimension of the Sustainable Development Goals, which at the time were absolutely historic. This was the first time all 193 UN member countries came together with an agreed global agenda. And it was very exciting at the time to be part of those negotiations. The SDGs were also historic because SDG 5, gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls, was embedded throughout. Now, this was not without battles. And when we look now at the fact that women have only 64% of the global economic rights of our male counterparts, we realize we still have a long way to go. And negotiations on that were by no means simple. SDGs, I am going to argue controversially, are on the way out, and we need a new global system. Just as we transferred from the Millennium Development Goals to the SDGs as a more comprehensive framework, and for the first time, the SDGs actually included climate, which was critical, included governance, and with SDG 16. So what is it that needs to transition now, and how can we do that? We need to remember that the US officially denounced and rejected the Sustainable Development Goals at the United Nations earlier this year and called out those issues of climate and gender, which for me are really pivotal issues, as being irrelevant to the current US policy framework. So how is it that we can improve human security through attention to the SDGs, and I would add the SDGs and beyond? Now, Chris did a great job of talking about business as a force for good, and I want to give just one example. We run the We Empower Women Entrepreneurs United Nations Development Goal Challenge, which is a competition in all 193 countries to crowdsource entrepreneurs and women entrepreneurs, for the reasons I've stated, to crowdsource these incredible innovators who are actually using their business endeavors to implement the Sustainable Development Goals and create all sorts of fascinating new potential that I hope will be in the next iteration. So for those of you at New York Climate Week, let me know, and I will invite you to a wonderful pitch night that Deanne von Furstenberg hosts. Second, of course, we have the UN Global Compact, and we know that countries are encouraged to integrate the SDGs into their core business. So business is really critical. As far as civil society goes, it's been fascinating for me to be on the board of the Blue Planet Alliance, which is the brainchild of Henk Rogers, the Tetris guru. And Henk, when he had a major life event, recognized that he needed to get on and implement his mission, which is ending the use of fossil-based fuels. So he managed to get Hawaii to commit at the state legislature level to 100% renewable energy by 2045. And we've all talked about incentives, which have been such a useful part of this conversation, aligning incentives with the outcomes we want. And since then, Hawaii has gone from 5% renewable energy to 40% in the last 10 years, now saving $2 billion a year on oil and gas imports and moving to a cleaner, greener economy. And Chantalie made those points very well. We can actually align the development agenda, the sustainable development agenda, and finance with the Sustainable Development Goals in a way that benefits everybody. And Phoebe, the incredible detailed work that you have been doing at country level is, I think, just fantastic blueprints. So what's happened since that example in Hawaii? Well, over half of Americans are now covered by a similar mandate at the state level. And even though the United States has withdrawn from the Paris Agreement, states are still in. Not all, but more than 50% of American citizens. So that, I think, is a very positive thing and shows us that we need to be looking at this sub-national governance. Another wonderful example here, actually, let me go with the Student Volunteer Army in New Zealand. So this is a group of university students who wanted to become involved with the Sustainable Development Goals, created an app and a platform so that students could go out into the community, map their support through the Sustainable Development Goals, and then they provide that data to the national government every year so that it can be included in New Zealand's annual report on progress to the Sustainable Development Goals. So just an example there from business, from civil society, and from state government on how we can harness the power of the people to really move forward in a time where arguably the poly crisis is seeing nation state commitment to the Sustainable Development Goals wane. Thank you all so much. Such a pleasure to be here.
Thank you so much, Amanda. I agree with most of what you said. I am worried because you said want to change the SDGs, but we can discuss this.
Build on them. I think we need regenerative development goals. One little example is that when you look at the current sub-targets for SDG 5, it simply says women should have property rights in line with national laws. And I can tell you from having architected the Women, Business and the Law project at the World Bank, which has now gone to amazing new heights under Tia Trumbich and her team, that there are many, many countries that do not allow women property rights, which prevents them from collateral for a business loan. So that some of the elements that are embedded in the SDGs need to be upgraded. So I'm not saying throw them out. I'm saying let's do an upgrade.
An upgrade with adding information and indicators. I agree, culture is not there, but not less. But please, let's not change everything again, because, you know, as you know very well, it's so difficult to translate on this into frameworks that work towards recommendations. And now slowly governments are getting the message. So enriching, yes, but not putting some other framework that is similar but different in place.
Absolutely, an upgrade. Just as we went from MDGs to Sustainable Development Goals, and it was an upgrade. Thank you for that language. I will use that from now on. We need the next upgrade. next software update.
Our next speaker, Thomas Reiter, is a professor at the Asia Institute of the University of Melbourne. He's a trustee at the Academy. He is a friend, a person that contributed hugely, not just to the Academy, but around the world. He taught on sustainability. He actually had projects on the ground. He's focused on the anthropological aspects, and I really want to ask, how can we see this transition to cover a global sustainability being achieved, while not forgetting about embracing diversity and empowering the local actors? I think what you will say will be a lovely continuation of what Amanda has also introduced. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Phoebe. And like you said, I do have a bit of an angle on the situation on the ground, having spent literally years, many years, doing local research. As an anthropologist, I understand the perspective of local and indigenous people. And I'd just like to, first of all, say to you that local people includes everyone on this panel in your daily life, everyone in the audience. We are all local people. At the same time, we are also people who have a very globalist perspective from the UN, from other major institutions, myself included. I've been a former executive on the International Science Council. I've been heading the World Anthropology Union for years. And yeah, I understand that perspective perfectly well also. But there's a gap between the two, a massive gap. And it's the kind of gap that, you know, the Frankfurt School of Social Theory described as the gap between the system and the life world. You know, the sort of organized, structured systems that we have and the actual world. Or to quote Gregory Bates, and it's the difference between the map and the territory. And improving the map will never turn it into the territory. It's not possible. It's just a map. The reality of transitions to sustainability is what happens on the ground, not in our models, in our policies. These are just models. Now, so what's happening on the ground? Because the problem is, I think the reason why the SDGs are not being implemented is because local actors do not even know about them or don't care about them in much of the world. And that's kind of sobering if you come from the global perspective, to realize that actually it's not that important. What we think is so important is not very important to a lot of people. In reality, how people may transition to living a life that is sustainable is very much dependent on local factors such as culture, local politics, history, economics, social structures, gender was mentioned before, monetary resources, and the local human ecology. To have a sustainable relationship to the ecosystem in which you live isn't one way. It isn't the same for someone who lives in the Sahara and someone who lives in the Amazon. It's not the same. I'll just to give an extreme example, but every local ecology is unique. And this diversity is actually the way of nature. Diversity is the way of nature to survive. We all know that. But we forget. Global systems have real trouble dealing with diversity. I think the way to do this is to turn things upside down, really, and to empower local actors instead of having a model and expecting conformity to that. So let me just explain that a little. It's a bit like a mouse lifting an elephant. It would be wiser to, in fact, try and get the elephant to do the heavy lifting. And by that, I mean the fact that there are, 7 billion people out there whose actions individually may not count for much, but together are massively powerful. And we need that power. We don't need a few thousand people in Geneva or in New York. We need billions of people actually working on this. So how do we empower these local actors? I think the key is that we realize local actors as a source of knowledge, a source of solutions, and that we empower them to actually share those solutions, to create, to have peer-to-peer interaction on facing the challenges locally. Sorry. To give you an idea of where the UN is now, Germany is a small country, but it has some 11,000 municipalities, 3.5 million businesses, and registered businesses, and 15,000 community organizations. The UN managed so far 344 voluntary local reports. Okay, that's actually local communities, municipalities reporting on their progress. Okay, this is the attempt to push control down to the lowest level. It's not working. Actually, it's only 257 participating municipalities. In 2024, there were only 33 such reports. Out of these millions and millions of local governments, not to mention businesses and community organizations. So we are far removed from controlling the local level, and I don't think we should try. Really, it's counterproductive. If you look at attempts to localize the policy, to change policy to include localization, what do we see? Monitoring, reporting, service delivery, more reporting. If you go down this list, sorry, you see very little there that actually is about local actors and empowering them. For example, the closest thing is policy brief 10. It has to do with a forum of mayors. Yeah, it's actually a small group of mayors. We also have local government organizations like ICLE, which are huge, but the UN doesn't go there. It tries to recreate something that is in its control rather than collaborate with the kind of networking that local actors are already doing, a peer-to-peer networking. So this is this forum of mayors that the UN Economic Council of Europe has thought of. And yeah, one wonders why there is this resistance to empowering local actors, or this fear of letting go of control and giving other people responsibility. Probably the best initiative that I can see in coming out of the policy circle is the UNDP's SIP programs for social innovation. These are actually platforms to encourage peer-to-peer exchange. There are some in Thailand, Indonesia, and Pakistan, but even there, I don't think they're sophisticated enough, and the reach and scale is too small. And there's still too much top-down control. I would suggest that we need a solution that is global. We need an information system whereby local actors are empowered through peer exchange of solutions, because it's not just 7 billion pairs of hands, it's also 7 billion brains that we want to tap into. And we need them because the solutions aren't just, there isn't one solution for energy, one solution for food systems, which is what I work on. There are millions of different solutions, one for every local situation. And for that, you need 7 billion brains. And you need those people to be empowered. It's not going to happen in Geneva. I mean, even if we look just as us in our capacity as local people, how many of us drive an EV? How many of us produce their own electricity on their rooftop? How many of us have sustainable water use? How many kilometers have you flown, over the last year? I mean, we're not doing it, okay? So, and if we're not doing it, and people aren't doing it around the globe, where is it supposed to happen? In Geneva? No. It's really, we have to change our lives. People have to change their lives everywhere. And they're only going to do it if they are encouraged and empowered to do it their own way. And the knowledge system that I'm proposing here would do that. And I think digital solutions are the best way to connect people and help them share solutions that make sense to them. This is the information flow in such a system, how I would imagine it could be done. And that is basically practice-based models of sustainability action, whereby individuals contribute and they can also tap in to a huge pool of information provided by their peers on how to address issues like water or energy locally in a huge diversity of different situations. Okay. Anyway, that's all for me. I've written about this if you're interested. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Thomas. I fully agree with you on structured ways of bringing together the stakeholders. In the SDSN, we have hubs of stakeholders in almost each and every country of the world, and then try to localize all them. And the wealth of knowledge that is there, and the ways to use all this knowledge for co-designing the transformations that are needed really creates huge optimism and huge potential for this transformation. So your work is very, very relevant to what we do in Euphoria in all these countries. And I think it's getting momentum nowadays, and it's a very, very good sign. So in this session, I will ask Konrad Landis, my good colleague and friend, to present in another session tomorrow, taking my time so that we don't rush him into presenting what he does. It's a quantitative presentation, and I think it deserves its time because it's a way to quantify human security, the different aspects of human security. So I will close this session thanking each and every one of you, bringing together the solutions potential, the very complicated structure of this optimal mixture of solutions that are needed for the transition to sustainability, and also the effort that needs to be allocated towards attracting fiscal spaces, that is taxpayers' money, but also private money that are there, they exist, and they are looking for interested investment in the most, I would say, socially profitable, but also profitable in the basic way of measuring profit to everybody around the world. So how do you engage the global population into these transformations that are going to support their welfare, that are going to get each and every kid in school, that are going to give electricity and connectivity and AI applications to everybody, that are going to bring equality, and that they are going to also achieve productivity and increased growth. This is what we want to do. Basically, we know how to do it, but it's so difficult, and it needs to engage each and every one. Like Thomas said, we need the brains of each and every one in order to achieve this transformation on time. So I need to be hopeful that we are going to make it. Thank you very much for your patience in this slightly overrun session. I hope you got some messages that you think useful here. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Phoebe.
Thanks, everybody. Bye.
Thank you.